Ari. Ooh! Bad dog. Oh shit. I shook him? I shook him, guys? Juicer? Big juicer, big juicer, big juicer. I think she has a slight crush on him. So are they like flirting? Hello? So she does have a crush on him. What the fuck? So she does have a crush on him. I hope you guys are doing good. What were you guys playing, by the way? What were you guys playing? Octavia, I didn't. Okay, come here, Meg. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Warframe. My husband plays Warframe.
It's for this little piece of land that I've never been to before. Okay, we're gonna look at like most of the 5.8 updates, guys, today, and we're gonna well, also let me unlock the Statue of the Seven here. Oh, now it won't let me.
任せりゃいいのに、かっこつけて結局こんなありさまになって。
学生か。道理で考え方が甘いな。だが、この世界は教科書に記されるよりずっと残酷で。
Okay, clock it. Clock it, Oval. Clock it.
威嚇者と人類が平等に共存する統合された楽園なのだ。こんなウイルスなどあってはならん。
だからあなたは。
Finally. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Y'all, I did it. I did it. God damn it. Oh, fuck. How'd you whip that? Oh, well, you whipped that, and then... It's a balloon. Just saying. Not even hugging me. Sir, I have 2 husbands at home. And you wanted to impress me? That's wild. It was like, can you break your back? Hi, guys. Yes, I saw you, Benji, in the waiting room. Hi, guys. Hello. Okay, so today we're gonna be playing. I don't know how much we're gonna get through today as far as getting through Resident Evil 5. But this will have to probably be like a 2 or 3 part thing, depending on how far we get in the game. With Benji. So Benji is gonna be my duo for RE5, and Perhaps RE6 if Benji's down for it. I'm so excited though. Hi guys. Let's see. Um, Thank you for redeeming first, Lemur. Thank you so much. Breezy, thank you for redeeming second. Third is still up for grabs, by the way, if for anyone who wants to redeem third. And also, I don't know if anyone's redeemed their daily latte or their uh LME check-in or attendance, but you know, it is what it is. But guys, I'm so excited. Okay, also guys, if you guys are on YouTube, be sure to like the stream. I haven't gone live on TikTok yet. I just wanted to chat with you guys for a little bit just because I wanted to just quickly say hi and say hello. Emilio, I do see you on YouTube. I do appreciate you for saying hello, and letting people know that are having a good day. Um, and yeah, I might need some mods on YouTube and or TikTok. I don't know how. Uh, I don't know. Um, I don't know. Well, so far Lemur's here. But I'm pretty sure like my mods will join later, like the rest of my mods. So Lemur, so far you're here. So far it's only you, so you might have to go back and forth between TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Um, so I'm so sorry. Um, yeah, I think normally we're good on Twitch because for the most part, um, okay, okay, for the most part, people know how to behave on Twitch, so it's just YouTube and TikTok that I'm kind of just worried about. Um, it's just TikTok and YouTube that I'm worried about. I'm not on TikTok yet, but it's just and also guys, speaking of mods, by the way, I don't know if anyone's seen my announcement in the Discord in the announcements channel. But I do have mod applications opened, by the way. So if you guys do want to apply for mod and you're VIP or you know you've been here for a while now and you want to be a part of the mod team, just make sure you fill out the form. I have a couple of people interested in the mod applications already. And I don't know how many people I will be adding to the mod team. I will and I'm not going to remove any of my former mods, but if they do want to be removed from the mod team, then I can. Um, but I do have a couple of people interested in the mod team, and um, so if you guys would like to apply, the link is in the Discord. All right, YouTube will be handled. Just make a verbal call out for TikTok. Okay, thank you. So yeah, if you guys want to apply, I did make a Google Doc form for it. Um, it's the questions are simple. So if you got I mainly do need mods for YouTube and TikTok. So if you guys have different like um usernames for YouTube and or TikTok, just like DM it to me, and like if you don't put in you could just put it in the Google Doc and be like, oh, like it's like, for example, like Lemur is like Lemur 208 on Twitch, but on YouTube Lemur is, I think, Lemur 001 or something like that on YouTube, and then on TikTok Lemur has a different name. So just put like, when you guys do apply for like, just so that way like I know like who you are, um like on each platform, when you guys do apply. But it's there. The Google Doc form is in the Discord. So if you guys do want to apply for mod, I I can it's because like I know like a lot of my mods are usually like busy working or whatever, so like um I don't want to like always rely on like my current mods because like I know they're always busy um and whatnot. And yeah, thank you for that, Lemur. Thank you for the Discord. And also yeah, also Lemur, the commands I have through Nightbot. I don't know if you see the channel, but there's in the mods channel, there's like there's like the commands channel, and it has like the one for the it has the link for the the link for the YouTube commands. It's pretty much the same as it is on Twitch, but if you want to just refer to those as well, the links are also there as well as some of the other ones that I have available um through Mix It Up, because I have other ones, but I do appreciate you guys for being here as well, um, and whatnot. I'm gonna switch to the game, actually. And then I'm also gonna invite Benji in a second. Okay, I'm gonna invite Benji in just a second, actually. Hold on. Invite Benji. Again. Okay, hold on. Also, okay. Hi, Lemur. I see you on the YouTube side. Is it Gelt Holstein? I hello, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Also, I'm gonna start on TikTok as well. Um, I'm gonna start on TikTok as well. So, I should be live on TikTok now. So, um, I am live on TikTok. So, you got steak, Raven. I love that. I love that. Okay, also let me invite Benji as well to the voice call. Let me invite Benji to the voice call because girl is Benji. Hello.
Oh gosh.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay,
Are you ready?
can you guys hear Benji? By the way, I just want to make sure you guys can hear Benji.
Whack, whack, whack.
And let me know if I need to adjust Benji's volume, guys, just in case he's like too low or too loud. You're from the Netherlands? Well, welcome in from the Netherlands. I do want steak, but I also want chicken nuggets. I do want chicken nuggets. Like I've been craving chicken nuggets for like the longest time.
Alrighty, are you ready to go?
Oh wait. Does it automatically put it in like does it show like my inventory for you? Because it's showing like
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, cool. Hi Lemur on TikTok.
Put your stuff in and you should be good.
Benji's a little bit low. Wait, never mind. Okay. But yes, I think I'm ready.
Get your gun and your
Wait,
spray in there.
how do I do wait.
You click on it and go to organize, or you drag it. Either one. Yeah. Good enough.
Okay. I think I did it. I'm ready.
Yeah, now you just back out of that and then press ready.
Wait.
Oh wait.
Oh my god. Wait.
I'll be right click.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I just
Alrighty. Let's hecking do this.
Guys, I'm nervous. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I did.
I remember when I first played this game, like, when I was, like, younger, I was, like, so scared and, like, so sad for them, and I was like...
Captain Deshant here. We secured the underground route to the coordinates.
Super official military man. Oh yeah.
Cinematic.
They did really good with, like, the music and stuff, too, in, like, the game. Like...
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. We get to go see...
I should have seen it
Good
coming.
old crit
It
field.
didn't take long after the fall of the Umbrella
punch boulders and
Corporation
stuff. Oh
for
my
the
god.
bioweapons to end up in the hands of terrorists.
Oh my
A
god.
new era
Chris.
of bioterrorism descended upon vulnerable countries, shifting the
Not
balance
me,
of power
not
throughout
me
the
like
region.
blushing at Chris. Like, oh my god.
People in the destabilized areas soon feared another incident like Raccoon City was inevitable.
God.
As panic spread, governments
Also,
of the
I'm
world
so glad
turned to
that
the Global
Sheva's in this
Pharmaceutical
game.
Consortium,
God.
which formed the Anti-Terrorism Unit, BSAA. Operatives of the BSAA were sent to
She is,
infiltrate and neutralize
and people, okay.
bioterrorist hotspots,
Can I, like, be honest
restoring
with you?
safety
Like,
and stability
people
to various regions around
always,
the
like,
globe.
talk about, like, Jill and Claire and, like, a lot of the other, like, female, like, characters in the game. And I'm over here just like, and I'm just over here like, no, girl.
name is Sheva
Chris Redfield.
Sheva is like the
Your
most
reputation
underrated
precedes you, Mr. Redfield.
character.
It's an honor.
I'm
Just
sorry,
Chris,
but I have
thanks.
to point out the fact
So you'll
that
be
that
accompanying
was
me to
her
the destination?
introductory
Yes.
shot. Just
Tensions are
straight
running high ever
cheeks.
since the change in government.
I'll bet. Intel
You
says
know,
it's
that's
not
true,
just
that's
terrorists
true.
There you
now.
go.
And I'm not
That's
going to
true.
be happy to
That's
see
true.
you
Ooh, so
there.
fitting.
BSAA or not.
Also, guys, thank
That's
you for
why I'm
liking the
your
live on TikTok.
Help with the
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Oh, creepy on yay. No!
You okay?
Jill, mommy! No!
Yeah, sorry. It's nothing. Let's go.
Not him thinking about Jill. Oh my god.
Listen, Jill's his bestie, okay?
I know,
Casualties
true.
continue to mount over the
True,
long years I've
true.
struggled.
He's his ride or die.
More and more, I find
They're
myself
brother and
wondering
sister in
if
arms.
it's all worth fighting
They almost
for.
died together.
True.
Maybe one day, I'll find out.
Hey, hey. Uyo Ingenji.
Maybe one day
Alafanya
I'll still
nini
try to
hapa?
sound like Batman.
You don't have to get touchy.
Fun fact, he did play Batman. Voice actor.
Let's go.
played
Wait,
Preston.
the voice actor for RE5, Chris?
There is one thing I do know.
Yeah. Not in like
I
all
have
the
a
Batman
job
games,
to
but
do,
I think it was,
and I'm gonna see
I
it
think
through.
It was Arkham Origins that he played Batman. Pretty sure. Pretty
Oh,
sure it's
wow.
Arkham Origins.
Also, guys, is the game loud or is it just for me? I feel like the game's a little
I
loud.
think it's just a game thing, honestly.
Okay.
You'll probably be able to adjust when we're... Okay, good, I did choose the right thing. I know it was obvious by the cutscene, but still.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is
Here we
Kirk.
are.
Great
Yes.
Sheva, can you read me?
The was.
Sheva,
Oh
can
wait,
you
no,
read
not
me?
was.
Coming in loud
Was
and clear,
sad.
Kirk.
The was sad.
BG.
There's a black market weapons deal going down in Kijuju. That's where
OG
Irving will be.
controls.
Wait, I don't know the
Already
controls.
infiltrated the
Oh my
area,
god.
and you
Hello?
will be going in as backup.
Wait, are you on
Rendezvous
control or
with your
keyboard?
contact at the
I'm on
butcher
keyboard.
shop. You can gear up and get briefed on the
This is
mission
actually-
there.
Oh, you can
Watch your
adjust the
back.
settings.
Roger that.
Copy. Over and out.
Yeah, I have everything turned down so much.
How do I... Okay, for the invert mouse, what do you have it on?
Hang on. I just have it on default.
Oh, well, I don't know what default is.
Default's just normal. Like, normal looking around. Like, standard.
Oh, well, okay.
And, I have my item menu prioritization on numerical. So you put on numpad, you have to, like, use the numpad thingy. Put it on numerical, so it's on the actual numbers. So it does that weird thing if you don't have it on that. Wait, control pad, mouse one, look, cursor. Hey, I beg your pardon? What is this? Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, there's a okay, I'm not. I'm not gonna play it like that. I was just curious, but I'm not gonna play it like that. I was just curious.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, hello there, big boy. How you doing?
Hey, hey. Hey.
Go a round or two. Alrighty. Wait, Ah, M. Got the map. Nice juicy map. Oh, your face cam's probably gonna block the map.
Oh, probably.
That's fine.
Oh wait, let me
Alright, we just keep on
go.
going this way.
Like,
Oh gosh. Oof.
oh wait, hold on.
I think I
No,
have-
my webcam's not blocking it. I don't think. Yeah.
Oh, it's on the. Oh. Oh, it just triggered the cutscene. Okay.
Oh.
Dude, she's. Good lord, I forgot how freaking pretty she was. What the frick? Shiva, what you doing later?
I love her.
Respectfully, of course. Respect women in this household. Yeah, I was just confused about the map because it was on the top right for me. Oh, hey, everybody disappeared. Where'd everyone go? Bingo? Oh wait, no, that's Leon's line. Where'd everyone go?
Oh,
Backgammon?
am I having the map open? Hello?
Ooh, hang on. Wait, no, I know there's a button for this.
It's
No,
like space, right?
I should be able to punch this or something. Come on. Dang.
Isn't it space? Or, well, it's at
Oh,
space.
probably because we don't have anything yet. That's probably why.
Oh, true.
Dang. Chris can punch boulders, but his biggest obstacle is a wooden crate.
Go around to the side door.
Side door, you got it.
Wait,
You got
side
it,
door?
boss.
Side door where?
You got it, boss. This one. Oh yeah, kick it open. Hello there, sir. Mind if we speak to you?
Good, you're both here. Come.
Hi, Frieza.
Wait a second.
You too. This way.
I don't recognize that voice.
I also recognize it, but I don't remember where it's
Is that
from.
freaking Liam?
Go home.
Hold on a
They
second.
really roll out the red carpet for us Americans.
Hold on a second. I'm looking this up. I'm too curious.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I have your weapons for you here. Check them.
Oh.
Grab your
Oh.
weapons. The operation
Grab
is
your
already
weapons.
started.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, item menu.
Oh.
Ah, there we go. E. E is your item stuff.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, bestie. Bestie. What are we
Alright,
doing?
I did it by mistake.
Get your ammo, you goober. Oh, what a shot! Holy crap! Straight freaking boob shot. What the frick?
Destination coordinates?
Down
Oh
squares
my
up
gosh, I
ahead.
love her.
That
Over
is
there,
Liam
half the
O'Brien.
team's
Oh my
waiting at the deal
gosh.
location.
Good.
I've officially
What do
confirmed
you
that is
know
in fact
about
Liam O'Brien. You
Ouroboros?
cannot fool these ears!
Mostly just rumors. Something about visions of a doomsday project.
Doomsday sounds about right. And
I
apparently
can't
it
not
is
hear Batman when I
no
listen to him.
You're
What the
kidding,
frick?
right?
You must find the man named Irving. He is our only lead. And be careful out there.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna be an ongoing thing with me. I can already tell I'm gonna make so many annoying Batman references just because of voice actors. Yeah.
Oh.
Is this the documents? Control types. All right.
Remember,
I'll be
we're
the
a team.
reader. Oh,
Whatever happens, we stick together.
wait, hang on. Hang on.
Don't worry.
There's lore.
I may not be as big as you, but I can still hold my own.
Wait.
Ah, frick. I think you went out too soon. It's okay though. Was there anything over here? Oh, wait. Hey, y'all. Nope, wait, hang on. Hey, y'all. Nope.
Hi,
They're
Loopy.
glowing. I thought I could do something with them. Wait, hang on. Can I?
Come on.
Oh, that's the. Oh, hang on.
Wait.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do a smart thing. I'm gonna look at what the controls are. Oh, Shift and S. Okay, quick. Oh, okay. C is quick turn. Okay, cool. Locate partners. Q. Ready weapon. Right click. Right knife. Slash. Partner action. Okay. So this is quick. Okay, cool. And then okay. If you hold down Q, you can see where I am. If you hold down Q.
Okay.
So that'll probably be useful to know. So if you ever lose me, you can just do that.
Okay. Okay.
Oh wait, there were documents over here. Wait, hang on a second. Good lord, my sensitivity. Because I remember why I have it like. Wait, hold on. Why is my aiming sensitivity more sensitive than my camera sensitivity? Hold on. I gotta see this. Mouse sensitivity. Okay, now please, I beg of you. Oh, good lord!
What?
That is so fast. Okay, so don't have it that sensitive. Got it. Oh, good lord. This is so weird because it's like.
I wonder how it is on controller. Honestly, hold on.
It's okay. Control types. Oh, the tutorial is right here. I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry. You can change your control type in keyboard/mouse settings. Mouse look. Use WSAD for character movement. Move the mouse to control your character's point of view. Cursor aiming, turn your reticle is always displayed. That's not what we're using. Okay, let's see what this one say. When your life gauge is fully depleted due to taking damage, your status will change to dying. If the status is displayed for your partner, you can revive him or her by pressing V while nearby. You cannot revive yourself in this state. The game will end if your partner is unable to assist you before time runs out, or if both of you...
Oh my god.
Or if both you and your partner are in the dying state at the same time. Cool! We done did learn some things. Let's heck and go. Shoot the crows! Just kidding, don't do that. That'd be a waste of bullets. What's in here? Skulls. Freaking box. More documents! What's all? Wait, hold on. Alright, read document. The writing is erratic. All outsiders will receive the blade of punishment. We will bless them with a sacred death. We will release them from their bonds of wickedness. Well, that's real menacing. That's real menacing indeed. Like it's way over here. An herb!
Oh my god.
I don't have to open it like that. I just like opening it like that. I just like freaking violently opening doors, alright? It's a... Oh.
Oh.
Alright. Yeah.
God, guys.
Come on! Come on! Probably gonna be spamming that a lot.
Come on! Come on! Let's go! Oh.
Oh. Oh, open wide! Yummy. Freeze! Little nighttime snack, huh?
Well, thankfully I'm not eating anything.
Just using that as an excuse. Quick, somebody yank him! Back up! From the hind leg!
Oh my god.
Come on, you should be trained in the medical field as well for emergency procedures, right? Oh, never mind. He dead. Probably about to be undead. Sir? How many fingers am I holding him up? Because I can't count. Oh, no! Shoot him in the face!
Oh?
Oh.
Oh.
I just popped it once in the freaking schnoz, dude. Hey! Stay down! Stop resisting!
What the hell just happened?
Oh my god.
They didn't move like any zombies I've ever seen.
Stop resisting. Let's what's over here? Quick your air fry. Quick turn. I know my controls. Oh, it's locked. Guess we're stuck in here. Oh no! Oh no, Step Sheva, I'm stuck.
Over here, Benji.
Oh, she looks so graceful kicking it. What the frick?
Oh my god, ammo.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? What if I wanted ammo?
Sorry.
Oh, I don't even roll. I just land like a freaking cat on my feet. Oh. I'm pretty sure we go that way, but I'm gonna check down here just in case. There's nothing here. Okay. But it's worth looking.
Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about these.
Oh no. They have spiky sticks. Oh, that's a lot of them. Okay, wait a second. I don't think this is where we fight. I think this is where we run, because there's a lot of them. Because I just realized we do not have the ammo for this.
Lead the way, Benji. Lead the way.
Come in, Kirk.
As soon as I
The
saw
locals
like
were
freaking
hostile. We
7
had
of
to
them,
use
I was
force.
like,
We don't have any contingency plans for this situation, do we, Kirk?
Roger on the locals, but your orders still stand.
What does that mean?
Wait, hang on.
Was HQ expecting this?
Let me combine these two. There we go. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Nope. Whip. I only have 5 bullets in my handgun. Oh my gosh. 2 people could kick this door in. Gee, that's fascinating to know.
Hurry up!
Oh
Hurry
yeah,
up.
teamwork makes the dream work.
Oops.
Alright, now we'll just do it real quick. There we go. That's all. But they don't grab everything. Daggum, I need ammo too.
Take that.
I need ammo.
Take that.
Oh, never mind. I didn't see that. Alright. I'm just like checking every now and then. I'll take a sip of water real quick. I'm dehydrated. Drink your water, everybody.
Or coffee, or tea.
Or juice. Which is valid too.
True. You know, surprisingly, there are people out there that are allergic to water.
Huh?
Yeah. Like, I had a friend who was allergic to water, so every time, like, she showered and stuff, it just...
One of these, I'll let you take the other one.
So every time she showered, she, like, would break out and stuff, and I'm like, dang, that sucks. That sucks.
Hurry up! I'm the one that initiated!
I know. I know, I'm like, she's
What do you mean, Sheva?
No, like, she's over here telling you, hurry up, Betsy, and then you're like, girl.
I'll let you get the next one. I think a fair thing is alternate pickups.
Yeah.
That's a fair thing. I'll probably give you 1 or 2 of the herbs I found. I forgot how actually kind of alright this game looks. Time it was
Raven, no, I haven't eaten yet.
You don't know what you're talking about! You can all go to hell!
Wait a minute. That's the...
People! For what? Now,
Oh my god.
Sorry. Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Well.
Oh.
Doesn't have a good head on his shoulders anymore.
These are burrito. Also, burrito also sounds good too.
Alright, hold up. I think. Aha, yes. Barricade thing. You can pick that up because I already picked this one. Well, actually, there's...
It's
Oh wait.
No.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Ooh. Took his head. Move off. Oh,
Nice. Good job. No. Shot him in the balls. Shot him in the balls.
Kurt, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup, and we need it right now.
Well, yeah, as always.
Just sit tight. I'm on my way.
Did you hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it. Just hope he gets here quick.
I think we gotta get out of the building. Hold on. I'm trying to move, but I can't turn quick enough. Hang on. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh god. Oh god. You bitch. Okay, run, bitch, run.
Camera is so slow. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna freaking. Oh wait, explosive barrel. Activate. Oh yeah.
Nice, I'm coming.
Do it for me.
Oh, bitch.
Get extra bullets here at 30. I'm grabbing that. Oh, hey, I'm behind you.
See?
Oh yes, wonderful. That's probably just what I needed. Not really.
Oh, Reggie. I'm dying.
Wait.
There's just no end to them.
We've got to hold out until Kurt gets here.
I'm just dying. I just...
So I think this is just a holding out thing. We're just gonna.
That's insane. That's insane. Oh, oh, wait. Oh, I got it. Hold up one thingy for Dose. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm
Okay.
ready.
Okay, I gave you my other freaking green herbs, so
Okay,
there
okay.
you go. You know what?
It should be that, Raven. Hold on.
Oh, I can't do that? Frick. Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay, I think this is just like a test of endurance. So we just gotta last.
Wait, hold on.
We just gotta like outlast them. But I think that's the reason the arena is so big. Just gotta change everyone.
maybe we run, make a run for it. Oh, let me get this. So should we run for it or what?
I think it's just a waiting game. Like we just there's a reason we barricade ourselves. I think we just gotta outlast everything and just shoot a bunch of things.
Kurt, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup, and we need it right now.
Roger that. Just sit tight. I'm on my way.
You hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it. I just hope he gets here quick.
Nice. Yes, punch his ass.
Alright, we're gonna run past. Yeah, you just gotta keep
Let's freaking go. Oh my god, the teamwork.
Oh yeah.
There's just no end to this.
Okay.
We gotta hold out till Kurt gets here.
Wait for like the there in a moment. It's starting to go. I was trying to punch in the face.
Come on.
Schnoz. Okay, we just gotta keep holding on.
Benji, I'm about to die.
Run away! Run away! Just get off the platform. Run. It's just run. Keep running. Keep running.
Oh my god, oh my god.
I think we just have to endure.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh,
I'm gonna take out the door. Find some cover.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Take cover.
Cover's being taken. Oh yeah.
I like how they said take cover, and that's like their form of cover.
They have their aura to take cover behind. Easy. Ooh. Look at that accuracy, though. Anyway. Press OK on that. He's rooted.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
You good? Oh. Okay, organize. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Also, don't forget to combine your herbs whenever we're in a free spot.
Okay. So, I don't have any herbs. Oh wait.
I was about to say you have 3. Do that.
Wait, here, I'll give you this one, and then you can.
I have an odd feeling I have an odd feeling you'll need it more than me.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. You're right.
You know what? Hang on. Let me just. There we go. Give you a bunch of hand grenades. Have fun.
Okay, hold on. Okay, is it weird that, like, I have to put, like, all the, like, medicinal stuff together and then, like...
Oh, no, you're...
Or in, like, order? Is that just a me thing?
Valid. No, that's valid.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready! I'm so ready. Wait. Yes. Yes. When it said exit, I was like, hold on, I don't want to exit.
You can thank me later. Chris, Sheva, it's almost time for Alpha Team to go in. Hurry to the seal coordinates.
Roger that.
I'm going on ahead. We'll meet up there.
Okay.
Good luck.
Alright. I will use the machine gun. Don't have many handgun bullets. That is okay. Well, now we can actually explore the area and get any goodies we might have missed. We can like search the things for stuff.
Yeah.
If there is anything.
Let me check the roof. Sometimes the roof is like the best place to look sometimes. I'm not really finding anything.
Better safe than sorry. Oh, okay. So I can turn a lot quicker if I'm going forward and in another direction. It's actually a little quicker than using the mouse. Okay, that's good to know. There we go.
Hi, my Mo.
Wait, is it in the drawer? Oh, I already got that. Or did I already get it? Did I already get that? I think I already got that.
Okay. We have 7 bullets left.
Hey,
I'm doing good.
Yeah, you have 10 in the clip and you have 7 extra. That's what
well, no, yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah, I'm the one that doesn't have any. I have
7
6
extra.
in the chamber and yeah, I have like 6 in the chamber and none otherwise. Wait, there's a pop-up here. What? I thought there were coins. What the frick? Okay,
Oh.
whatever. That's fine. Oh gosh. Is there anything up here?
Oh, I did check up here. There was nothing.
Okay, cool.
I'm doing pretty good, my Mo. Thank you for asking. I'm just waiting for my lunch to get here. Oh yeah, I did check this. It was just coins. I picked it up already. I didn't check here, so...
Ah, it's a little rate thingy.
I got McDonald's. I'm getting McDonald's. Raven ordered me some McDonald's, which was, like, really nice. Oh, is this where we're supposed to go down to? The ladder?
I think so.
This gold. Oh, I guess we're not supposed to go down here?
I guess just extra stuff.
Come on, come on.
Come on!
Come on! Raven is the best. I love Raven. Raven's so sweet.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's machine gun ammo too. That's
Polatos.
what I need.
Oh, my game title still says DVD. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, thank you. I'm over here like, hold on. I'm like, okay, thank you so much. IMO.
Turns out maybe 2 people could get around that. Yes, 2 people probably could get around that.
Sorry. Oh, where are you?
Come on!
Oh.
Oh wait, hang on. Wait, what are the buttons? Hold on. I need to see what the. Hold on. Corner action.
Thank you, my charity.
Where the heck?
Hurry up! Chris! Hurry up! Come on!
Come
Hurry
on!
up!
Come on! Come on!
Chris!
I found it. I found the button.
I
found
love
the button.
her.
Come on! Come on! Come
Oh.
on! Come on! Wait! Go! Thanks.
Wait,
Come
how
on,
do I assist
come on,
you? Hello?
Come on!
Oh no, you just look up there on your own.
Oh. There's a key up here. And machine gun ammo.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
I'm coming! I'm coming! That doesn't sound right. I'm sorry.
Wait, was there anything else up there, or was it just...
There was a machine gun ammo and a key. Oh!
Chris style. Oh, that's great. Oh.
Captain, what is your status? Can you see the enemy?
Swimming in
Oh, here, let me give you some, wait.
Alpha team, come in! Alpha team!
Come on, Lieutenant! Do you copy? Lieutenant!
How do I give you, like, oh. Here, I didn't mean to give you all of that, but.
Oh, it's fine. We can figure this out.
Oh.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Oh, wait! Oh, I didn't equip the gun and I freaking equipped the ammo instead!
Oh, you can pick up the handgun ammo.
One for the face!
Yeah, I saw. He died. Yes, he died. He died. Oh my gosh, my Mo! Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, my Mo. I appreciate it. I don't know why the sound alert didn't go off, but thank you so much. Wait, I can jump up here. Hold on.
That's all. Oh, look at you, so acrobatic.
Look at me go.
Look at you, so nimble on your feet.
Wait.
Oh, hey, that's the ammo I need. Oh.
Come on!
Where are you? Come on, I'm down here. You gotta
Sorry,
come with me.
I didn't mean to say come on. I meant to.
Ow, my feelings. Alright, you know what? You know what? Give me the straight fit. No! Look you! I need to reload. Give me my machine gun ammo.
Wait, hold on. Let me jump down. Wait. Oh. Oh.
There we go. Perfect. There we go. Okay.
Where do we go? Where do we go?
Hang on. I think places and then go. Because we always gotta find the loot. I think. Is it over here? Oh. Oh, there was an entire section over here.
Wait, let me also.
Hiya. Yoink. Oh, it's because it's slower when I'm moving. Okay. So I need to stay still and then look around.
Wait, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
That man got one shot. Remember the cue. So, that's how you figure out where I use. Fine. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Punch him in the face. Straight haymaker. Gave him the 1-2. The old 1-2 combo. Walk from the inside. Okay. I'm guessing that's where we find voices. There's things up here. Walking inside.
Wait, I'd rather. Have you played any of the other REs? Yes. I played a lot of them actually. Oh, there's a shotgun ammo. I played a lot of them, but I haven't really like. Oh, there's a first aid spray up here.
A stack
Okay.
with mine. Oh, it doesn't. Dang it. Okay. It's fine. Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, that actually kind of needed that, so. Didn't even realize. Wait, are you. Wait, hang on.
Wait.
Ah, now we're full health.
Yes, yes.
Don't forget to reload, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
That would be a good idea.
Like, turn this off.
And now it's unlocked. Yay. Wait, hello there!
Wait, what? Hello? Hello.
Just did a straight up backflip. There you go. Oh, punch you off the roof. Oh, equal rights and equal lefts.
Wait.
That's right, lady.
Oh.
I believe in equal rights. As well as equal lefts.
What is that? Oh. I haven't played any of them, but you want to? You should. You should, my Mo. I definitely, like, recommend, like, starting with, like,
Oh! Help! Wait, hello there.
Somebody help me!
if you want to, do you, like, care about storyline or, like, out of order? Because, like, I know, like, a lot of people, like, do really care about, like, starting from the beginning. Like, the very beginning, and, like, they want to play in chronological order, so... Not necessarily. Okay.
I have a machine gun, so you can take the shotgun.
Oh.
We'll even out the weapons.
Okay.
You also still haven't reloaded.
Oh, my bad. Wait.
Besties just are.
I know, but I'm like adjusting my shit. Okay, ready. Okay.
He got to be ready. You gotta have a full clip.
Wait, not. Oh, I forgot I can just swap like that. I don't have to go into the menu. Wait, what? Wait. Hold on.
Oh! Oh! It's numerical by these things. Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay. Yep. And
Wait.
if I... Okay, cool. Okay. So the numbers correspond left to right, up, down of your inventory.
Okay.
Because there's 9 of them, so that's what the numbers are corresponding to. Okay. That makes sense. Wait, do I have full bullets in this? Now I have full bullets in this. Okay, full bullets. Okay, that makes sense.
Wait, what did I ask now? I'm sorry. I asked you something and I forgot what I asked you.
Hey, what's wrong? Be careful. They may still
Don't
be
worry,
here.
a big strong man is here to hold you. I mean, old Credfield.
Are you okay?
Uh-oh. You're going to try to chop you! You're unfriendly! No loading. Not free. Oh, break! Okay. So there's a dude behind you. What do you want to know?
Oh. Your left, your left.
Oh, hey, behind me! Oh, frick! Oh, frick! Dead? Dead? That's all. Perfect. Here, I gotta get the goodies. Oh, I got a shotgun shells.
Come on!
Where?
Come on!
Oh, hello.
Madison to HQ. We've lost contact with Alpha Team. They're under attack by an unidentified hostile. Reinforcements head toward the deal coordinates immediately.
Sheva here. Roger that.
Move out.
Behind us.
Made him do a backflip. Making him do aerobics.
Wait, where'd you see the shotgun shells? Sorry.
They're upstairs.
Oh.
Also
Go upstairs,
appreciate
son.
some handgun bullets after you reload.
Wait, where is that? Oh, here.
Right there. need to reload both your shotgun and your. You need to get in the habit of reloading your guns, bestie.
Listen. I just never do. I just reload them whenever I decide to reload. Oh, sorry.
I need ammo.
Yes. Oh.
Come on.
Oh. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on.
I need ammo.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, there.
There we go. Okay. That'll never not be funny to me.
Come on. Wait.
Oh, hey. I can pick this up. What do you know?
Come on!
Wait. Sorry, my delivery driver was just messaging me and was like, "This is your driver. I'm just waiting for them to."
Aha! Shortcut activated.
Wait, what shortcut? Well. Oh, wait.
Yeah. I already got the stuff from there.
Oh, okay.
Come on!
Why they? Okay, I wanted to open the door, not say, come on, let's go. Like, girl. Oh my god.
Oh, so dramatic. What could they possibly be doing to you? I should be more sensitive. This looks like a dodge and weave arena. Okay, so when you stop, you can move your camera quicker. Good to know. Well, I say good to know, even though I pointed that out. I'm just verbally reminding myself. Oh, hello. Oh, you're dead. Sorry, bro. Rip Bozo.
From Alpha Team, there's nothing we can do for him. Yeah, I know, bestie. I know, girl. Okay, money, we're rich.
A little bit of extra stuff.
We're rich.
We're rich. We're rich. What happened? Gee, I wonder. It's like they're dead.
I know, right?
Hey.
Oh, well,
who did this?
Something attacked us.
We're rich, right? We rich, Mo. We rich.
Get away.
We rolling in it.
It was a setup.
A setup?
A setup?
Setup?
What is this?
Good lord, man, his biceps are barely contained in his uniform. What the frick?
Downloaded it from their computer.
And this is why I love Chris, because he's got some biceps.
Gotta get it to HQ.
Hey, hang in there.
Hey, hang in there. This is why I love Chris, bro.
I saw someone, but they ran away.
He's just a himbo, all right?
I love Chris.
Kurt, do you copy?
Like
We got the data.
I love Chris
But Alpha
too,
Team
but
is
I got
down.
beef with him
Everything
in
got
the
away.
games. I feel like they just like make him dumber as the games go on, because he's so cool in his earlier games, like this
Copy
one.
that.
But
Now
like,
look at
the
her
later
booty.
games, he's just so annoying.
Listen, Mo. I get you. She's so pretty.
I mean, I don't think Mo is here to hear what I said at the very beginning, but if you would have seen the shot they introduced her in, oh my gosh. Literally straight butt for her introduction. I kid you not. straight booty during her entire introduction. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing.
You know, I do agree with you. Like, they made him like a little bit less irrational, but like within reason, though.
No,
because
like I was about to crash out on Chris during freaking Resident Village. I was so ready to crash out on him. Cause holy crap.
you know, the way that he like treated. Okay, but like the way that he treated like people in RE6 though, like. I get it. He just like he was like living the trauma and stuff that he dealt with, but I'm like bestie girl, and then like yeah, it was a time.
Okay, that looks like where we're supposed to go. But wait, can we do anything with that yet?
Well, I'd say let's explore. I'd say let's explore.
We need a key anyway. Yeah, we need a key. So. That's a dead guy. Yes, a dead guy. Alright, so what I've learned from encounters is that you need to utilize the art of punching in the face and then re-stomping them so we don't have to use as many bullets. There's a very valuable thing to be able to do. Alright, look at that.
Okay, period. Wait, ooh, what is this button? What is this button do?
Why can't it be for me too? What the frick? Can't I appreciate a nice booty? Oh, I just know we're gonna have to leave something or someone in there. I just know it. This
wait, in the furnace?
That, yeah, this just screams that to me. Oh, because look at this. It loops around. There's a wall separating it, and there's two different doors. We 100% have to leave something in there. Oh, this is about to get.
Oh my God,
this is
I'm
about
scared.
to get annoying.
I'm scared, Bessie. I'm scared.
I see where this is going. Yep, I see where this is going. We're gonna have to burn something.
Hi, my Rory.
Chris.
How was the rest of your stream, Bessie? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh my God.
Days to do that.
Oh my God, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
You know, me personally, I would just insert the key and get the frick out of there, honestly. But then again,
plot, Bessie. For the plot. For the plot.
You know,
for the plot, Bessie.
I think that's what got Alpha Team.
Yeah, we're gonna have to burn this thing in the furnace. Fiery furnace. So one of us is gonna have to debate it into the furnace.
Well, I'm
shut it in its face. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. You okay? Yeah. So we take a side and we stand at a door. Whoever follows the other one bolts to the controls. Say when. Whoever's on the controls, just listen. Okay, it's on you. So whenever you get out, tell me when you're out. It's in, and then I'll close it.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm out.
Yeah, I can see you on the. Okay, yeah. So you can see it on the. No. Okay. Okay. There's a delay.
Timing. Bad timing.
Okay. So we gotta do it a lot sooner than that. No.
Okay, we have to use the explosive to like kind of slow it down.
We gotta take a door. Alright, I learned my lesson. I'm doing. Oh wait. Oh, it has to cool down. Oh, it has to cool down. No. Okay, we gotta lead it back around.
Oh my God. Okay, look, my hands are sweating. I know. My hands are also sweating. Oh, reloading. Oh, frick. Okay. Okay. Lead it through the door. Lead it through the door. I'm gonna press the button. Oh, okay. Well,
need to be on. Press it out.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes.
It's in.
Yes.
Okay.
Burn in hell.
I have no idea if it has to be done more than once.
Oh my god. Hi, my Rosa.
Also reloaded.
Okay, guys, we did that.
Really painless.
Okay.
Oh, you think I'm not checking for goodies?
No goodies. How rude.
You could do. No, you don't need to use it yet.
W1 brain cell. Well, yes, 2 besties and 1 brain cell. Okay, we're here to survive off of 1 brain cell.
Exactly. And also, one of the halves of the brain cell has to remind the other half to reload their gun.
Oh, sorry. There you go. See, I did it.
Just
I did it.
subtle signaling, you know.
See,
like stay back while a big strong man kicks the door open. You know?
Okay, let's put it this way. Like, let's be fair. I only have like half of a brain cell, and like Benji has like the whole thing, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm just here to look pretty. Okay. I'm just here to look pretty, and then Benji is just here to be like,
it's okay, I'm the
bestie,
gamer. I'm the gamer.
you're like, I'm here for the vibes, pretty much.
You're the viber, I'm the gamer.
Like, I'm here for the vibes, here for the, like, the lore and talking, and then, and literally, okay, there's one time I was playing RE9, and Benji was like, did you get that? And I was like, get what? And then he was like, bestie, did you just miss? Like, he's like, it's okay, I got you. Like, I'm like, bestie, you know, I'm just here talking.
Or better yet, when you got jump scared by the door, and I legit was like, did you just get jump scared by a door?
Listen, the door scared me because it moved.
POW that scumbag Irving left behind to set us up. Oh. Considering what it did to Alpha Team,
I think
we're lucky to still be breathing.
Origins Batman.
Only we could have gotten there sooner.
I love Sheva. Sheva's so cute.
She's so freaking gorgeous, man. Like, what the frick?
I love her.
Chris to HQ, do you copy?
Chris to HQ.
Chris, biceps about to rip apart your uniform, man. What the frick? Both your buys and your tries.
This whole town's gone to hell. The people here, they're acting like those Ganado
Yeah, Sheva's like my number one
Aside
girl.
from that, there's something new, something we've never encountered before.
Our transportation has been taken out too. Requesting a mission update.
The mission stands. Capturing Irving is a top priority.
They know how to get the aesthetics of tactical equipment.
Wait, we're the only 2 left. You want us to go in there alone?
You want to go with us to go in there alone?
They'll assist you in locating and apprehending Irving.
But wait, we can't.
Repeat, your mission stands. We can't afford to let him get away.
I think it's pretty obvious who's going to be the one that mans the sniper rifles in this game.
This is
insane.
Yes, clearly you. Yes.
Because I love you to death, bestie, but I do not trust your aim.
Listen, my aim sucks. We should know this. I'm not a shooter, okay? We know.
I'm the shooter. Oh, look at the S's around the board for you, boy. Oh.
Look, I got 2 S's. Isn't that nice?
You did good.
I did good. Look at me go.
Yeah. 2 S's. Organize. Oh gosh. Okay, I am never gonna freaking use these, so I'm gonna put those incendiary things away.
Oh, let me just. Already.
Oh wait, hold on. Unready. Because I gotta. Because that starts a timer. I want to see if I can get some.
Also, guys, just so you guys know, I'm also live on TikTok and YouTube as well. So.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
If you guys want to support your girl on other platforms, I'm live on 2 other platforms.
Oh, it would be a good idea to. Oh wait, hold on.
Wait, do you want health? No, you have.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just kind of seeing what I can. Is the money shared?
I think the money is shared. I think so.
Okay. Okay. Can you upgrade your handgun's firepower?
Oh, let me see.
'Cause I think you should be able to. Just do like one. Just do one upgrade on that so that you have some more firepower.
Yes.
All right,
How about my thingy, Majig? My
if you can afford a firepower upgrade on your shotgun, do it. Just make sure you're actually on the firepower.
oh, I don't know. Well,
Okay,
I think
same.
it upgrades all of it,
Okay,
right?
it's fine. No, you have to select it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
it's individual. It's fine though. It's fine. Okay. I have a bunch of bullets for that. So you know what? I'm just gonna give that to you, and then I'm going to stock the other ones.
Okay.
And I think.
Wait, let me get. Actually, let me give you this first aid spray. Actually, because I feel like
I already have one.
Oh well, because I already have the other ones, the herbs. So I'd rather you have both of the sprays than me, because I might just accidentally use it.
All right, hang on. Let me see here.
Oh, also, guys, my food is here, by the way. My food is here.
This will be a perfect time to go get that.
Also, guys, make sure you guys like the live on TikTok, and then also if you guys are on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. But I will also be back. Benji, please, if you well, I'll only be like a minute, but please be sure to entertain chat, okay?
Wow.
I will be back.
Alrighty. Ooh, I could get a stun rod. Ooh, should I do that? Should I do that? I think I should do. I think that would be a lifesaver. First up, okay. Okay, hold on. Different mode on the phones with a potent discharge of like. Oh, I should get that. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Frig it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm getting the stun rod, and it is going to be my best friend forever and ever. Because I feel like that'll be very
Benji, keep
useful.
entertaining chat. I had to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'll be back.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Okay. I think I have how I want to organize my inventory. Because I think, okay, I think the best way to go about this is me and Lola will have separate weapons. Except for the handgun. The handgun, obviously, we'll both have ammo for handgun, but we'll just simplify it by splitting the weapons between each other. So that we're not like fighting over a bunch of ammo, so that we know what kind of ammo. So I think obviously the shotgun will be better for her. I'll use the machine gun, and then when we get to the snippers, then I can replace my stun rod with that. And I think that'll be good. I think that should be good. Wait, can I sell the? I can sell it. Oh, I forgot I can sell things. Oh, I forgot I can sell things. Oh, I forgot I can sell things for money. Oh, the realism.
Okay, guys, your girl is back.
Absolute realism.
How does your router not explode? Wait. My Morgan. Hi, Morgan. Wait, Mo, is that
things.
wait, Mo, is that you on TikTok? Sorry. I just said your whole government Govy if that's you. Also, thank you for the heart me.
Oh my gosh, I can sell so many things right now. And we can get so much money. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, this is game changing. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I know an easy way we can do this. Give me your shotgun real quick.
Oh.
I'll just upgrade it for you.
Here.
Yeah, I'll just do the upgrades for you.
Sure. Wait, how do I give it to you?
Oh, never mind. I can't. Okay. You should be able to get a firepower upgrade for it though.
Okay, how do I?
So you go to upgrade and you just make sure that it's hovering on the firepower, and then you click on the firepower.
Oh,
There you go.
okay, well, I
cool.
don't have enough
You
money.
got that upgrade. Okay, cool. That should be fine. You should be fine with that. Okay. Okay, so I got some. Okay, also, if I were you, I would put the ammos right under where the weapons are, because the top 3 will be easiest to use with like your number things. So you can use 1 for your handgun, 2 for your shotgun, and 3 for the other gun that you get. So
Okay.
it just makes for a nice organizational thing. And you can probably put 2 grenades in the box thing.
Oh, how do I do that?
7 of them you do the remove, and it'll put it in your inventory. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Should be good with that. I'm gonna put one of my first aid sprays in the inventory. Okay, so I sold a bunch of things. I'm going to upgrade my machine gun a couple of times.
Awesome.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so the machine gun can now do a lot of damage. That's nice.
I feel bad for saying your whole gubby, girl. My Mo, thank you for so much for the roses and the heart fingers. Thank you, bestie. No, I don't care. Oh, okay. Hi, my elixir. I love you. I miss you. Okay, hold on.
Let's see here.
I need to also.
Oh. Okay, so I'm freaking maximum upgraded that. Okay, that's nice actually. I'll just full send this, honestly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I can, I mean, I won't waste it all right now, but okay, don't have enough money for that.
Also,
That'll be good.
I think our monies are not shared, by the way.
Oh, it's not?
No, I don't think our monies are shared.
Wait, how much do you have right now?
I only have 100.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
So
okay, so
yeah,
I'll let you grab a bunch of money, because I got like 20K from selling a bunch of artifacts and whatnot. So I'll let you get all the money.
Who's playing as Boulder Puncher? Definitely not me. Definitely not me.
That's all me, baby. That's all me.
As much as I would have loved to play as Chris, Benji stole my man. So but I do get to play as the most lovely and beautiful Sheva. So there you have it.
Oh my gosh. So my handgun now has a 25 round capacity.
Okay.
Okay, that's great. That's great. All right, let's do this thing. Oh, I got a jacked up machine gun and handgun. I'm ready to go to war, metaphorically speaking.
I'm also trying to fix something with one of my bots real quick, because know how to do
just
that.
don't forget, whenever you do get like money and stuff, to like use it to like upgrade your weapons and whatnot.
Yeah.
Whenever you are able to. I thought for sure that the money was shared. Well, now I don't feel as bad as dumping all the money into weapon upgrades.
Well, yes. Wait. Okay. Wait, is it under chatbot? Puzzle.
All right, let's do this thing.
I'm confused.
I confuzzled on Benji. Oh, hey, it's the gun that I got, but I don't need to get it because I already have it. Oh, hey, and the thing. Huzzah.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm not even... Okay.
Press B to call your partners. You can give your partner orders with the following controls. Attack, cover...
Oh, look at me go.
Come on!
Come on!
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come
Roger,
on!
come on!
Roger!
Alright, we gotta make sure to check everything. All the documents. BSA... Okay, there are BSA emblems located throughout every stage. The more BSA emblems you destroy, the more items you can purchase in the bonus features. Cool beans!
Also...
You got it, dude.
Hold on.
Oh, there's money for you.
Okay.
Can I ping this? Nope. Nope. Okay, hang on. There's gotta be... Okay, there's gotta be a button for this. 100%. I just gotta look for it. Contextual action, partner action, scope, map, item menu. La 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 la.
Da-da-da.
That is not the thing. There has to be, like, something to ping the item. There has to be.
I am so happy I added that. I am so happy I added that. Okay, so late last night I added a exclusive access. So it was for like people who thought I had OnlyFans, and I did that. And I was like, and I added the Rickroll thingy. That scared me, though. Hold
Oh, there's a
on.
bunch of money you can get.
Okay. Also, I need to. Okay. I follow alerts. Actually, I have to figure that later.
And let me just...
You love that? I figured because I was like, okay. Check for modules in this. Hold on, chat. I'm so sorry. Cousin, thank you for the resub for 6 months. Love you. Thank you so much, cousin. I appreciate you. I'm trying to like figure out a freaking thing for my bot, but for some reason I don't know where to find this freaking thing. So I'm gonna figure that later.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
Wait!
Come on!
Wait, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. How's RE5 going? We just started, actually. Where's my money? Where's my monies?
Wait, it was over there. What the heck? It was over here.
Oh, did it disappear?
Oh, did it automatically pick up? Okay, it should still be in the box, though.
Wait, I don't see it. Come on, come on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's in the box.
Sheva, come on! Hurry! Sheva, 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 come on! Come on!
Wait, let me read the
Hurry!
document. Okay.
Come on! Sheva! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
I'm gonna make you wait longer.
Come on! Come on! Sheva! 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 Hurry!
Come on! Hurry! 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 Come on!
Girl!
Hurry!
Girl! Oh, also, guys, I got McDonald's. I just switched the controller.
Wait, what? Let them trigger it. Let them trigger the trap. I want this to happen. I want this. I mean, that's one way to get them to trigger the trap, I guess. Hey, Baker. Oh, wait. Hey, Baker.
Punch his ass. Yeah. Punch him.
marry you, mother yucker. There's gold there. Oh! There's a tripwire. There's gold over here.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come
Wait,
on!
where are you?
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come
Okay,
on!
wait,
Come on!
wait.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
I'm like literally like right up. Oh. Well, I was gonna like shoot that tripwire, but.
There, I did it.
Damn, Chris, chill. Right! I'm like, damn, like, girl, I'm coming. Like, mama. But, also to answer your question, cousin, RE5 is going well. I'm getting carried by my friend Benji.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my thing is full. Okay, so I think we got everything here.
I need ammo.
Oh, wait, I'm trying to give you the ammo. What the frick?
Oh. Well, I'm full.
No, I mean, because you have something that it can stack into, so.
Oh, okay.
And you also need to reload. You really need to start reloading.
Listen, I can't help but not reload.
You need to get the gamer instincts.
Listen, I'm just. What did that girl say?
Bestie! I wasn't there yet. Oh, there's a crossbow guy!
Well, let's just say.
You're so lucky I have reflexes like a cat.
Let's just say I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, but you know.
Oh, I'm full on that. Handgun ammo. Oh wait, let me kick him! You're
Oh my bad.
Bullets. Yeah, remember when you stun them, you can like kick them down. So
Bad bestie.
it's a good way to save ammo. So like if you ever stagger someone, you can run up and kick them, and if they get down, then you can stomp on them. And that's extra damage you can get without having to waste bullets. For example, right then. Oh well. Oh, good Lord, have mercy!
Ooh, I'm about to die.
No!
Kill me!
I couldn't because they were just all right there.
The dog! Also, guys, thank you guys so much for the 980 likes on TikTok, by the way.
Hang on. You know what? Oh, you should probably start using grenades.
Oh, okay, well, your girl is here.
You give them to me.
Oh, well, you know, how do I give them to you?
We can do it. We can do it when we start.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Oh, do you have money to upgrade your guns?
Hi. Okay. Wait.
It should be an organized, and you can choose your. Yeah, well that works too. Well. Yeah,
I don't have enough. I don't have enough monies. Wait.
Okay. So we can just okay. We're good.
Yeah.
They'll just have it on like the middle. It's not like easy or hard. Okay, let's try this again. That's all. Oh, I should wait. Hold on. What are these guys? There we go. Ow, my feeling. Oh. Just did move off. What the frick? Okay. Don't go too far. Gold. Get your gold.
Where's my gold?
More gold.
Where is it?
It's over here.
Monies, we're rich. 6-7.
Oh,
Right.
I think,
Alright, it just said 6-7.
Fixing that. Fixing that immediately. Ain't no brain rot getting in my session.
Listen, it just said 6-7, and I had to. Oh, I just had to. Okay.
Alright. Slide that.
Oh.
Gotta be careful, because there's gonna be those dudes over here. Take it nice and slow like. Oh, I think it adds an equal amount for both of us.
You just took my money.
Because I just noticed something. Because it has an icon for both of us. So I think it adds it to both of ours. I don't think we have shared money, but I think we have like shared money gain.
Oh.
So I think it's separate, but we gain it at the same rate.
Okay.
So I think it doesn't matter who gets it. Okay. Like it's still separate, but it doesn't matter who picks it up.
Oh, okay.
I remember the dudes are around here. Just be wary about that.
Oh, well, I wanted to do it. Hi, Miss Mail. I don't need any help. I'm doing co-op with my friends, so I don't really need any help.
Yeah, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. Was it here or was it? Oh, it was here. Okay. Oh, for the love of Pete! Okay, hold on. I gotta back up. Oh, the freaking fire bomb thingy.
No?
Perfect.
Oh, there's a dog. There's a dog. Oh! Fuck off.
His boy is on fire.
No.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Why won't it let me climb up?
Who knows? Better reload.
Oh.
And also come here.
Oh.
Get close to me. I forget if this does it for this, but it does for both of us. Nice. You could actually use one of yours. Yep. Go and use it.
Oh.
You just
Well,
press use.
It's
you go to your inventory and then just use.
Oh.
I believe in you. There you go.
Yes, look at us go. We're learning, we're learning.
Just check all my things Oh yeah, that's right, I have this. I should probably use the stun baton that I bought. That might be a good idea. That would probably be a good idea. A solid plan, if you will. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, hang on.
Oh wait, I almost forgot about my food, guys. I almost forgot about my food. Nice. Hold on.
Yeah, that might be a good idea not to forget about that. That'd be
Nice.
a good idea.
I got soda. Oh. I got soda.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Go! Wait!
Wait, Sheva.
Come on! Come on!
Sheva, quick, Sheva, wait.
Oh, wait, I can actually... I didn't know I could do that! What the heck? Well, at least it's just a stun baton, so it doesn't hurt. Just gives you a little shock.
Not me, okay, not me making a noise, but how Sheva just made a noise, oh my god.
It's okay, it won't hurt you.
It's like, I got injured, and she got, well, she didn't get injured, but, you know.
No, I'm just giving you a little jolt of support, you know?
Not the jolt of support. Not the jolt of support, oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait.
They say I'm quite electrifying.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it worked out. Ow, my feelings. Watch for the face! Get right to you in a moment. There we go. Alright, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh, I have a bunch of machine gun ammo.
Me just being here and being like, yeah, I got this, guys, and then Benji's just like, no, girl, I got this.
Gotta have a big, strong man to take care of your problems, you know what I mean?
Wait, there's stairs down here, hold on.
I'm coming!
Oh.
Wait, there were things over here.
Oh wait, are there?
Yeah, there was another box. Yamula. Shamula.
Rain.
Oh, I already got it.
Oh.
Yeah. Never get to reload.
Oh.
Man, I just realized I'm looking at your ammo more than you're looking at your ammo.
Where's the turning?
Well, at least I have a fully upgraded freaking... Oh.
I don't know what that scared me. More than that scared you.
Oh, it scared me! You probably just didn't hear it over your reaction. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, there's another one. Perfect.
Hurry!
Okay.
Sheva!
Hurry! Let's freaking go! Oh, shiny. Sapphire. Well, hello there.
I'm over here
Something's
spamming
coming.
my face.
Watch out!
disturbing, but okay. Oh, for the love of peace. Wait, There we go. Holy crap.
Hi, my Airy. I'm over here stuffing my face with fries and like Ben's over here rushing me like, girl, hurry.
Come on!
Oh. Ow.
Stun him. Hit him with a stone cold stunner. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't have room for that. Oof.
Come on!
You know what? Oh, I was about to. Dang it! But that herb could be useful. Oh, there's 2 herbs. Frick. Oh, you could combine your green and red herbs.
Oh wait.
You should combine.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, because you already used the thing. You can use your double green.
Come on!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, didn't wait till I was there. It's fine. But yeah, you can combine those 2. So make sure to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And now you have it.
Wait.
Okay, cool. All right.
Hi, Ika.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, cool. It is where we use the stairs.
What happened?
Wait, what?
It just disconnected
Wait, what
me.
happened?
Hello?
It didn't end the session. Maybe it's your thing. Here, let me re-invite you. Let me try re-inviting you. Oh, wait, what? What the heck?
Wait, do you have the DLC or no?
Okay. I'll just end the thing then, really quick.
And the game is ready. Wait, you're on roller. Might have disconnected and reconnected. Oh, I don't know.
Wait, are you playing on controller?
Oh, well, I was. Yeah, I was.
Oh. Oh. Hang on. Wait, I don't want to. Okay, there we go. Invite only. Start. Okay. Creating game session, and then I just need to invite to game, right? It should be what I do. It should be. It should be. Awesome. Nice.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Okay, we just gotta do this little part again, but it's fine. Oh, it's coming.
Watch out!
Oh, I would probably just use my handgun for this. Jeez. You're kind of wasting your shells.
Wait. Here, you deal with that, motherfucker. I'm trying to figure out my shit. Wait. How do I... Hold on, hold on.
The thingy.
Come on!
Yoink! Remember just your numbers, 1, 2, 3, all that?
It is especially glitchy now, especially on Steam, especially online, because recent updates for... Oh, I have AMD, not NVIDIA.
At least it saves checkpoints, that's convenient. Yeah, don't forget to combine your things. You can use the herb, and then you can pick that up and then combine the green and the red. Holy fix! Have a full clip. Or a magazine, I should say. Okay. Empty slot, that's good. There's something out here, I'm gonna grab it. Taking a swim. Oh yeah. Wonderful. Taking a nice dip. A lovely dip in the pool. Oh, this is a fighting area. 100%. Wait, what? Why are we running? Oh, I need to get my map back on. Okay. Let me just do that really quick.
Yes, W-me, W-S. Wait, where are you?
Oh, wait, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna...
Oh.
Oh, you can combine the,
What? Wait.
Let me... Why can't I...
I need a herb!
Give me an herb.
Oh.
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 You need to do that. Hello?
Hold on.
I need a herb!
I need a herb! Well, this is awkward. Hold on. I got this.
Give me a can of first aid spray.
Okay, now you can combine the things.
Period.
And then get that to you. And then we're Gucci. Okay, cool. Okay, just check the place for any goodies. Because you never know when we won't be able to look at anything anymore. You never know.
Me stuffing my face with food.
Yeah, this is definitely a fighting area. Hundo percento. The question is... when and where?
Well, they did
holding down
run away.
to see where...
Wait, maybe the dock area? Hold on. Oh, we need a key.
You don't have your map up. You need to press N.
Oh.
Or whatever button it is. You need to get your map up. There. We got enemies to do this. He's been hanging from the ceiling. Oh, hey, look at that. Now, let me guess. This is where things happen. Yep. It's all action.
Oh.
Well. Oh god! Alright, we need to get out of here. Get into the open area!
boat? Did we start the boat?
I don't know. Oh, I think we just walked past. Hold on. Yeah, I think we walked past. Oh my gosh! Shit, flying. There goes past the dog. Off the boat. Hey, you gotta come over here.
You two okay?
Well, he just asked if we were okay.
HQ sending in to provide air support. It's gonna get hot down there, so watch out.
Roger. Thanks, Kirk.
Wow, I didn't think HQ actually cared.
I'll eat my feelings.
We want your toes. I know.
Fine. I'm gonna keep going forward.
Wait.
Oh. He's still without.
No. Oh.
Oh gosh. This is gonna be awkward. Great haymaker, son.
There's a thing behind me, a nerve. Oh, there's rifle bullets here. There's rifle bullets.
The rifle.
Also, sorry about the ads, guys. I'm so sorry.
Oh, this is where we get the rifle. I'm not. Well, actually, I should probably use them. I'm actually going to. Yes, I'll discard. Give me the rifle. Yoink. Put that there. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, this will be fun.
Shit. I did not want to.
Alrighty.
Stay frosty down there. You're almost at the station.
Come on!
Stay frosty.
Come on! Come on!
Come on! Come on! Come on!
Hurry! Hurry! Shubba! Come on!
Shava, hurry! Come on!
I'm over here munching on my food, and you over here telling me, hurry, Shaba, hurry. Like, mama, a girl is hungry. Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Stomp him. Curb stomp, baby.
Oh.
Well, that's one way to do it. Digging in your butt, well.
Ew.
Dig him.
Not the chainsaw, hello?
Reload your pistol.
Oh. See, let me just switch to, like, mouse and keyboard, because your girl is just... Your girl is so used to controller that I need to just...
There. A herb, but I'm full.
I'm also full.
Man. Inventory management's a son of a gun, huh?
Wait.
Ah, let me
I'm smart. Look at me go.
Look at you being all smarticus. And there's another herb. There's another herb. A Herbie's big brink, if you will.
What the fuck are those? Mathis in HQ. I'm under attack by flying BOWs. I'm losing engine power. Oh shit! I'm out of control. I'm going down. Mayday! Mayday!
Kirk, what's going on? Come in, Kirk!
Well, he did.
HQ, the helicopter's been down. All nearby units proceed to the crash site. Repeat, all nearby units proceed to the crash site.
Going in. Straight haymaker, baby.
Love you. Oh, there's ammo up there. Can you like put me up there and I can give it to you? But I'm full though.
Ah, it's fine. It'll be okay. Ow, my feelings! Ow, my other feelings! That's right. Couple charging shells for you.
Oh.
I need to pick that up. Get off my friend! That's right. That's right.
You want to give me my shells?
What I'm trying to do!
Thank you.
Oh, you. Oh, you. Come on, let me punch you in the face, you frick. Ah, frick you. I have rifle ammo. Maybe at the floor. Okay, you're way full on frick. Wait, why do you have a machine gun? What the frick?
I don't know. I just grabbed it a while ago.
Oh. You should probably put that in the inventory next time.
No. How do I like discard it? Like, oh, I don't want to like fully discard it.
I mean, you can discard it. Yeah, you can just discard it from the menu thing.
Oh.
And then if you come over here, I can give you the I don't know where I am. Just kind of. It's a singular shell, but it's still valuable.
Come on!
Thank you.
Ah, what the frick?
Oh, you bitch!
You were going way far without me. Oh, hey. Later, loser.
There's machine gun ammo up here, upstairs.
I'm a coming. I'm a coming. Yoink. She could have like more inventory space.
No.
I don't really use the grenades.
Wait, come here real quick.
What?
There you go. There's an herb up here. That's why I wanted to use it.
Gotcha. All good. Sheesh. Look at her go. There go. All acrobatic in the shoes. Oh, he probably shouldn't have gone that far ahead, but that's okay. Because I have the power of explosive barrel.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
With that range support.
Oh, there's machine gun ammo here, but I can't take it.
Alright, I'm coming. I'm on my way. Oh, you have to get down here and unlock this thing. The door that I'm at.
I don't know what the door is.
Yeah, you have to hold down Q to see where I am.
Yeah, you're all the way over there. Okay, it's upstairs,
I gotta
Bessie.
go this way. Oh,
It's upstairs in the thingy. It's like second floor in that building.
I'm on the second floor. I don't see it. Spray me, baby.
It's like second, it's either second or third floor.
Okay, so the music's over. Don't go up there yet. Let's check the area first. Make sure we get anything we can get. I shall check in this area. Oh, there's a hand grenade. Oof. I think a sneaking suspicion that maybe 3 weapons is too much.
My eyes.
Nothing there.
I told him that I was just in
Maybe
there.
I should just ditch the handgun. Even though I fully upgraded it. But that's fine. You know what? I don't need to ditch it. I can just not have as much ammo. Oh, the chainsaw guy! Oh, frick. I gotta kill him dead. Alright, we gotta make distance. Loaded! Loaded! Explosive barrel. This is your time to shine!
Come in.
Okay.
I don't know where you are.
Remember to move, kid.
Yeah. I have the map fully open. Hold on.
Okay, he's dead. Cool. Oh my gosh. Oh, give me that. Give me all of that.
Okay, I think it's the key.
Oh, there's one. Just run, bestie, run. I said don't look back. Why are you looking back?
Listen.
Literally, I said don't look back. And what do? What's the first thing you do is look back. We gotta go, bestie. We gotta go.
Sheva, hurry! 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 Come on! Sheva! Sheva!
Chris!
Girl!
Lord! Get your butt over here! I'm just like, get your booty over here!
Come on!
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Turning into some action heroes, dadgummit.
Oh my god.
And the motorcycles. Look out! Oh. What in the ghost rider? What the frick? Go. Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
I can't relate. Okay, period. Whoever shot that man. Okay, W.
Talk about the cavalry.
Okay, slay.
Got the cavalry in here and everything. Aww. Wait.
What?
He has moved on to the mining area.
I'm trying to
There's
listen
more
to how
info
he says
inside.
it.
We'll follow after taking care of business here.
He said the name like
And keep
3
your radio
times and I
handy
wasn't
just
listening.
in case.
Thanks, Josh.
His name is Josh?
No. I was listening to how he was saying her name.
Jill.
I think he was saying she. Jill! Mommy! I mean, what? I didn't say
Are you
anything.
alright?
This picture, it's... Forget it. It's nothing.
Forget it. It's
Chris,
move
it
out.
is not nothing. Bestie, it is not nothing. Tell her. Fill her in.
You know, it's okay. Okay.
Alrighty. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. So
Oh wait, I can't put
Okay, so I'm gonna sell my handgun because I'm gonna leave the handgun stuff to you now.
Okay, okay. Did you want to give me your ammo then?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it to those, and I'll leave the third slot to like a throwable or something.
Oh, let me put my... I'll give that to you so that way you can combine the herb.
True. Alright, hang on, wait, what can I buy? Oh, wait a second. Ooh. Also, probably something good that you should get if you have 10,000 for it is a melee vest.
Oh.
You should save up for that.
Wait.
Or upgrade your handgun because you need to upgrade that really badly. It looks like it's like firepower.
Wait, how do I... Wait, I know you said...
You have to like hover over what you want to upgrade. If you're in the buy thing, that's not like the upgrade thing. You need to go to organize and then go to the weapon you want to upgrade and then choose upgrade. You just gotta hover over the thing you want to do.
Okay, and then...
Oh, I could get a bag. But I think it would be better if I upgraded my machine gun. Or my... You know what?
Okay, I did upgrade my my shotgun and the thing twice for the firepower.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I am upgrading as much as I can. My machine gun can hold 90 rounds now. Oh gosh. That is crazy. Let me combine this, put it there. I also need to use my rifle more. Okay. So machine gun and rifle is for me, and then shotgun and handgun is for you.
Yes.
Okay. And also a good idea of upgrades would be the capacity for your handgun as well.
Okay.
Because that'll be really good. You don't have to reload as often. Okay, I think... Are we good with that?
Yes, but also, hold on. I'm just checking something really quickly.
You're good.
This sent me something, and sorry, I'm just like looking over like a DM real quick because weird.
You good. Yeah, boom, ba dum, ba da ba dum, ba da boom, ba da boom, ba dum, ba da ba dum, ba da dum. Keep it up, open up. Just getting me. All right, get ready. Oh. Okay. There's a document, type 2 Plagos, as stated in earlier documentation on the subject. The original Las Plagas parasite was discovered in an isolated area in Europe. On maturation in a host, the parasite quickly replaces the host's will and self-awareness, rendering them highly susceptible to control by another. It was this aspect of Las Plagas that meant one so inclined could create obedient subjects who would obey directives without question. With obvious commercial application possibilities, Las Plagas quickly came under review by interested parties. The problem with commercializing Las Plagas was the time discrepancy between initial infection and when the hosts were rendered susceptible to control. The time between when Las Plagas is administered to the host as an egg and the time when it fully matures and attaches itself to the central nervous system was met with negative criticism. The maturation cycle of Las Plagas is relatively brief, but potential customers wished for more expedient results. With this in mind, research was undertaken to improve Las Plagas, the final result of this research becoming Type 2 Plagas. Type 2 Plagas differs from its predecessor in that it is administered in its matured state, and from that point, the host can almost immediately be controlled. Type 2 is administered orally, or more specifically, it is forced into the mouth of the host. It's an indelicate method, but it's also the most effective. After oral administration, type 2 rends the esophagus and moves first to the medulla oblongata. I don't know how the frick to say that. Then to the brain proper, and finally the spinal cord. Once it has taken hold of the central nervous system, the host can be controlled. Under a laboratory setting, we recorded complete control of a host within 10 seconds of administration of Type 2. Aside from the reduced infection time, the Type 2 Plagas appeared to share all the characteristics of the original Las Plagas, which made it more than suitable for good grief, commercialization! Words! All that remains now is to accumulate field data from the Kijuju Autonomous Zone. Listed below are the 3 key experiments for the evaluation of Type 2. 1. Infection. Administer Type 2 samples to 10 previously infected individuals and observe the rate at which they spread the infection. These 10 test subjects must be given enough Type 2 samples to create measurable results. 2. Control. Observe to what extent the barbaric behavior induced by the Plagas can be controlled. This will be ascertained by witnessing the results of the directive to engage the BSAA operatives within the area. 3. Fighting. Accumulate data on Type 2 in combat. Type 2 host will battle BSAA operatives deployed in the area. This experiment will be the last stage for evaluating the effectiveness of the Type 2 Plagas.
You're over here reading it. You're like one of the teachers that reads, and then I'm over here just listening. I'm like, okay, thank you, bestie.
Just handgun.
Oh,
handgun ammo.
Over here just listening, and I'm like, yeah.
I'm just reading you your audiobook.
Yeah, you're my audiobook, and I'm like, yeah, that's too much. I'll skim through it, and then you'll be like, did you get that, Betsy? And I'm like,
I gotta freaking listen. I gotta immerse myself, man. I gotta read it through proper. I have to properly immerse myself in the world.
I know.
That's how I roll. I gotta have all the immersion.
I gotta like immerse myself with audio, and then you're over here like,
I will be the audio. Oh, what the frick? Where did that one come from? Bessie, that's my ammo.
Oh my god. I didn't even pick it up. I thought it was a shotgun ammo, and I just...
Yeah, just make sure what...
Here.
I need ammo.
Just make sure when you hover over it that you see if it's the right kind of ammo you need. I'm gonna let you take care of the mines since the handgun's best. Oh, no!
Oh!
Oh, God, what the frick? Yep. British treatment. Defeat 5 enemies. I got an achievement from that. That's great.
Okay, actually, there's a ladder here. I'm gonna hop on the ladder. Wait, actually, I can. Do I allow?
Oh, bestie.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, girl.
Oh, frick. Wait.
Ow, I picked it up by accident. Oh my word.
I need ammo.
And... Need that. This.
Oh, no, I can't look up that far. You gotta aim at it. It's above us.
Thank you.
Load it.
Just a wee bit stressful, you say?
30 machine gun bullets. Music stops, I'm assuming that means that's it from that. Perfect. Ooh! Put that, please. There you go.
I got you. Am I gonna be...
so sorry.
Oh.
Well, tally ho, I guess.
Wow.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. We're here. Oh.
Wow.
I just had a nice little ride, you know?
Oh. And I
Oh,
didn't get
GPS
to
unavailable. Oh, Spaghetti-O.
Close it on.
Oh, I guess I'll man the lantern and you shoot things.
Wait, let me like reload.
Oh, bestie, I'm the one with the light!
Oh, well, yes.
Alright, let's take this nice and slow, shall we? Oh, there's a red herb over here. Let me get that. And I can combine that really quick with that. That's not what I meant to do.
Well,
Pick that back up, you heck.
Here, let me give this to you, and then you can give me the combined one. Thank you. And I'm so sorry.
Nice and slow.
Nice and slow.
Oh. Shoot him in the face! Don't forget you can run up to them and stop them. Oh! Crap. Oh! We're good. Everything's fine. Wait, is that... Oh, yeah. That's your ammo.
Okay,
Get
I
him.
think...
Kick his butt!
Wait, where?
Shoot him in the face! I'm pointing the light at him. There's also a thing up there.
you shoot, there's the machine gun ammo.
36 bullets. Oh gosh. Oh, bestie.
Oh.
Come on!
There we go. Reload that. There we go. Now we're nice and full. I think if you aim, it makes the light go further. Yeah. Let's do that every once in a while.
There.
It's like pointed at the people I'm shooting. Is there any? Aha! I had a feeling there would be one of those here. I was like, surely this is.
Yes. I was just shooting to you.
Oh, wait. Alright. Oh, for the love of... Can you stop? You piece of crap! Grief!
Thank you.
Gotta restock. There we go.
Oh, do you want to kick this?
Yep.
Oh, there's also some over here, too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ow, my feelings.
Okay, there's rifle ammo as well.
Think there's nothing else. Okay. We just continue on our merry way.
Right here.
Dang it.
Oh.
Hang on, I got this. There we go.
There's handgun ammo. Hello, my lucky day. My shotgun ammo. Yes. For me.
Okay, that looks like the way to go, but I want to see if there's goodies. There are! Yes! Ow, my feelings! Frick you! And your chicken strips.
Right here. The
Oh,
snake,
yeah.
the snake. Wait, it was there. It disappeared now.
I don't know.
And I'm so sorry.
There's another pathway. I don't know where. Oh well. We'll just go this way.
How do I set this down? Do I just keep holding it?
Come on!
I think you can put it down now? I don't know. It seems like there's enough light. Oh, you have to go grab something to keep it up, I think.
Do I have to go across?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Oh my god,
Alright, the guys showed up.
Okay, well, while you do that, I will take care of this over here. You take care of that.
We're good. We're all good. Oh, there's handgun ammo here.
Oh. Well, I'm looking.
I'll just pick it up and give it to you whenever we reconvene.
There's also machine gun ammo here.
Yeah, you need to find something to push over here to get this done. Or actually, how about you come back over here? I'll lift it open, and then we can just swap sides.
Oh. Do that. Oh. Here, you let go. You let go.
Ah, that's what we were supposed to do. Alright, now you can let it go. Yep. Now we're checking. Point two. So, where was that?
It was like up above. There's machine gun ammo in front of me. Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Oh! Oh my god!
Oh!
Bestie, you gotta run. You can't just stay stationary.
I was trying not to stay stationary.
You have to move. You were not a gun turret. You have to move.
I was trying to. I was trying to. I was trying to.
You have to move.
You know, I was trying to. I was trying to. I was trying. I was trying. Okay, how do I?
Oh, I don't have grenades. Okay, should probably use those. That would be a good idea. Okay.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wait.
I'm ready.
You can upgrade that. I thought that was just a... I'm a dingus.
Wait, what? Can you upgrade? Sorry.
There is an ability that I can upgrade, but I didn't think to upgrade that when I could.
Oh.
So I'll have to do that when we have more. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Maybe I might be able to sell stuff. I'd be able to get it then. Who knows? Want to sell some things? Oh, you can probably sell some stuff as well.
Okay.
In your treasures. I don't know if it gives it to you as well.
Oh.
But it might.
I don't know. Wait, do I just go to the buy? Wait, how do I sell it?
Yeah, you go to it's organized in inventory, and then you just tab over to the treasure.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you can sell like everything for a bunch of money. Let's see here. I would get a melee vest as soon as you can.
Wait, so do I sell the antique clock and the jewel bangle?
Yeah, you sell everything. Everything.
Okay.
Everything. You can probably just sell all.
Oh.
No, that's fine. And just make sure to get a melee vest and just replace the one singular grenade with it. Or you can stash the grenade. You don't have to discard it. You can just stash it. And then you get a melee vest. You just do remove on it, and it'll put it in your inventory.
Remove.
Yeah, and then you go to buy, and then you get the melee vest because you should have enough for a melee vest.
Yes, I
Surely.
do.
With that.
I do,
okay.
I do.
So yeah, put that in your inventory. That'll be good. So you can take more hits. And it won't be as bleh.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. You got healing stuff, you got ammo, you're pretty much good.
Yes, yeah.
Oh gosh, okay, hold on. I need to set something up because I gotta freaking. Alright, if you hear something in about 15 minutes, ignore it. It's just an alarm or something because I'm having to do something. Alright, let's see. Can I buy ammo?
Wait, should I give you my grenades then? So that way you could just throw them?
I haven't incendiary grenades, so I'm good. Yeah, you can see what I have.
No! Wait, I didn't mean to give it to you.
Wait, what?
I gave it to you by accident.
You're good. I'd give it back.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Whenever you are.
Okay, so
Da-da-da.
probably for the groups, throw like one grenade and then start shooting at them. And also remember to swap weapons and whatnot because you have a lot of shotgun ammo.
Yeah,
so
I'll probably just use my shotgun instead of my
especially when you see them grow the freaking thingamadooges. That would be the best time to do that.
Yeah, I'll equip it. Yeah. I'm ready.
You can also just kind of swap back and forth between it in your thingamadooges. I don't know.
Oh.
You should be able to swap back and forth.
Oh.
So I use the numbers, but.
Okay, well, let me just.
I'm gonna lead with the incendiary grenades. I feel like that'll be best. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Hello.
Let's skip that really quick. Alright, I'm gonna start by taking the dudes out. Aiming stuff from the top. Oh, standard round. Oh my god. No! Oh, great. Gotta keep running.
There's machine gun and ammo in front of me.
Machine gun ammo is Oh, for the love of Pete! No, you know what? I'm throwing a grenade at that. Frick that. Alright, more ammo.
There's a machine gun ammo here for me. Or for you, sorry. There you go.
Stuff to break and everything.
I'm fucking full.
Oh. Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, let's see. Okay, up a level. Where the frick? Oh, it's up there. There we go. Just hanging out up there. Ah, frick. Why does he look in the most random directions when I'm trying to aim at this guy? There we go. Holy crap. That is annoying. Ugh.
behind me.
Remember, you can hold down the... Wait, I thought you were on mouse. Wait, what?
There's a machine gun ammo over here.
I'm coming.
Up here all the way up. Oh, sorry.
Just giving each other a smooch as we pass by.
Yes, yes.
You gotta kiss her homie goodnight, you know?
Hi, Augie.
Alright, we can go in the tunnels now.
Okay, I'm going over there right now.
Oh! Well.
Nice.
That's one way to do it. Oh wait, oh you were. I mean, I have a spare. You know what? I'll pick it up. Give it to you when you need it.
Come on!
It's like only 4 of them now.
I'm ready. And my shrimp.
Hi, ready. I'm Benji.
Whew. That was chaotic as hell.
Was indeed.
Oh, I'm also.
Oh,
full. Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait. This is where I need my handy dandy controller. There you go.
And you can pick it up. Nice.
My color is superior sometimes because I can do that. Why is she breathing like that, Mama? Hold on.
Breathe on me like that. I mean, what? I don't say anything.
So you must be Irving.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya?
You think this is a joke? You're just like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Oh, I'm not like them. I'm a businessman with standards.
Drop the weapon.
Or,
freaking voice,
how about
dude.
you drop yours?
Drop yours. Drop yours guns before I drop
Oh! Daddy Chris? You okay, bestie? Who's that? Wait, don't answer that.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think you want to know either.
It's been years since I played this, so I kind of forgot. So don't answer. Don't answer.
It was a rhetorical question.
It was a rhetorical question, guys. It's like I know who it is, but I need to figure it out.
Irving has a partner.
I need to figure it out.
There must be something here he didn't want us to see.
Anyway,
Daddy Chris.
Look at this.
Respectfully appreciating Shiva.
The oiled field. That's in the marshlands.
That's in the marshlands.
She's British. Give her a break.
Delta Team, Chris here. We located Irving, but he got away.
You know where he went.
We think he's heading for an oil
I
field
want
in
to
the
interact
marshlands.
with the document, you piece of
Okay,
crap.
I'm sending someone after him now. I need you two to head back this way.
Oh, there's handgun ammo over here, Benji. There's hand.
Oh, I don't. Oh.
Well, for me. I don't know, something about the block us.
Like a message.
Oh, there's an RIF here. RIF, I don't know if you want that.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the dark one. Howdy. Where the frick is that coming from? I got it, don't worry. I got it. Oh! Okay, you watch my back. Stop looking out there. You watch the building from here, I'll snipe. Oh, we can take cover. Oh, that's so useful to know.
Wait. There you go.
No! Oh my gosh, throw off a freaking piece of crap. Oh wait, I can give you the...
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, that's not where we need to go. I think we need to go the other way. Hold on.
Yeah, down here.
Oh, great heavens!
Oh. Yeah, punch him! Punch him! Punch that man.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hand grenade in here. I can't grab it though.
Oh, grab it.
Oh, Jesus. Where are you?
Yeah.
Oh, let me just put it down.
There's a red herb up here.
Where? Now I'm full! Oh, wait. Here. I'm gonna discard this real quick. This singular one that I have, and then I'll do this. Fine.
Oh, it's just that dude up there. There we go.
No, there's one up there too, right here.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
Oh! He was taking a dump!
Oh, not for taking it down.
My man's was taking a poop in the middle of a firefight. There you go. Oh, there's hand grenade bombs.
Where? Oh.
Oh, you triggered that. Got away from me.
Sorry. Let me just... Well, can you pick it up and hand it to me? Or what?
I don't have a free slot.
Shit.
Oh, you were... Okay, it is your own fault if you die right now, because you were way ahead of me.
Come on!
Methodical about getting stuff. Oh. Oh.
Come on!
What are you come on-ing for?
Oh, my bad. No, I just got a rush.
Stop the head, you frick! Oh, it's this dude. Throwing freaking dynamite.
Oh, that feels so good. Even though I didn't really do it myself, but I'm like, yeah. Oh.
Come on!
Oh, I did not mean to come on you. Behind me, behind me, behind me. Benji, Benji, Benji.
Bestie, you gotta stay with me. What are we doing?
Alright, I'm over here fighting for my life too.
Hurry! Come on! Shove Hurry!
Oh, taking ammo.
Shove hurry! Hurry! Shove
Yes, 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 yes. I'm hurrying. I'm hurrying. I'm sorry. I was trying to hurry.
Or was that
No,
just a short thing?
that's just a short thing.
I was like, what the frick? Woo. Forget to reload your handgun.
Yeah, I did. Sheva! Hurry! Sheva!
Come on! Hurry! Come on!
Oh.
Oh my goodness, oh my dang, oh my goodness, I'm going ham. He's dead!
He's dead. Oh my god.
He's dead. Oh, great heavens. Oh no! No! I don't know what it is, I don't care. I hate it. From head to toe. Head to tail, I guess. I don't friggin' know. Alright. Come here, you mother of yuckers. I think we need to split up a little bit, so I'm gonna do that really quick. want the crisp flavor tonight. It's like mobile, I suppose. I think we gotta like pincer it. Oh, don't look at me! Don't look at me! Wait, oh, never mind, it's not a G-spot! I repeat it, it's not a G-spot! Oh, dear. Oh my god. Oh! I remember what I need to do! Okay, hang on. Because we need to lead it into proximity bombs. So let me keep it in proximity bombs. I need to lead it into proximity bombs. I'm gonna do that. Because that's what we need to do this thing. We need to lead him over the proximity bombs. So let me do that real quick. Oh, what the frick? Place it right here and right here. So he has to walk over them. Okay, okay. Alright, I have them set up. He just has to walk over it. Come on. Come on, you little freak. You little fart! You tiptoed over that, you little freaking... There. I was about to wait, no, that's armored. I can't do that. Oh! I didn't mean it. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Run over the thing, please. Please. No, you're running away from it. Run over it, you freaking fart. No, run over the bomb. Oh my god. I'm gonna like lead it onto the bomb, but it's not wanting to go on the bomb. What's that? Okay, I was about to say that. Oh, wait. I didn't mean it! Sorry! I think we gotta hit the freaking, like, soft parts.
Ooh, bring it back here in the corner. Okay, I'll be at the shotgun. Get out of my fucking face.
I'm hitting the right parts, I hope. There we go. Play into it. That's all the ammo I got with that. That's all the ammo I got with that. Okay, let's freaking do this thing.
I need help. I need help.
Right now.
I'm trying to survive here for you.
Run, Bessie, run!
I'm trying.
I have 0 ammo, so I can't shoot him at all, so it's all you. gonna have to learn the freaking, I don't know, okay. I just knifed the red part.
Oh my god.
I have 0 ammo.
Oh my god. This thing, yeah. What in the world is that thing? It's a POW. That's what that is.
Lovely. Very lovely.
Oh.
Chris! Shiva! Get in!
Wait, do I control that or you? Because I sure hope I don't have to shoot at them, okay?
You're like, I don't have my license. Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Oh, the enemies are rooted, baby. Heckin' ye, heckin' haw. Oh, I have no ammo. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
You have
here.
Oh, you have machine gun ammo.
Here. Let me just give you.
Alright, there we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Have this nice and uniform.
Here, I'll give you that.
Okay. What do I have? Okay, I have 14. Oh wait, I can sell things. I think. Ah, remember to sell the things that you can. The treasures that you have.
I only have one treasure. One treasure.
Nice, nice. Okay.
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
And I'm so sorry. Wait, where's the phone? Hello? Right? Oh, my phone's like right in front of me. I was like, my phone? Wait, where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Okay, got that. I don't really
And
need a
I'm
flash
so
grenade.
sorry.
Take that. Man, I really wish I could just buy ammo. But unfortunately, I cannot. I'm gonna upgrade that though.
And
As
I'm
well
so
as
sorry.
this. Oh, I don't have enough for that. Okay. Get the reload speed up at least. Or actually, I should probably get the... Oh, I've purchased all that I can. Okay, well... upgrade... I'll just get the reload speed up. Oh, all available upgrades. Okay, cool beans. So I'll up the capacity then.
And I'm so sorry.
Alright. And that is all I can do with that. So we can continue if you are ready.
Yes. Actually, I'm not ready yet because I had to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back.
Good. Also, don't forget to put your grenade up at the top rather than the bottom.
Oh, wait.
So it's easier to get to.
Oh, wait. Fun. So, like, buy my gun?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, chat. I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. And I will also get some water. Rather than drinking soda. I've been drinking soda. Your girl's been a bad girl and drinking soda and not water. So I will be right back. No! I shouldn't have ran that way. Kitten, I blame you. I blame you, Kitten. I blame you. My dead hard. My dead hard. Oh my. Like this. This girl. Oh, sorry. Okay, guys. I'm back. The girl is back.
She's back. Back again.
Okay, do you ever get that moment where you have like a false alarm of like needing to go to the bathroom and you don't really have to go to the bathroom because your bladder thinks that you have to go to the bathroom and you don't really have to go to the bathroom? That was me. So.
Oh, big fell.
I heard about Irving. Tough break.
Yes, but there will be other opportunities.
Oh yeah, that was
Sheva to headquarters.
That was me.
This is headquarters. What's your situation?
There's a high probability that Irving is on his way to an
Yeah,
oil
girl,
field in the marshes.
She looks fine.
We're rejoining Delta Team and heading there now.
Oh, I love Sheva. I love Sheva.
They dealt that hat too, though.
They got the freaking cackly laugh.
Do what you gotta do to stop him. But don't get too trigger happy or the guns will overheat. If that happens, we'll be an easy target till they cool down. Got some sharp curves up ahead. Hold on tight.
Hold on tight.
This is Captain Stone, Delta Team. I just received word from HQ. Based on the data you uploaded from that hard drive, most of the townspeople have been infected by parasites known as Las Plagas. The data refers to the infected as Magini.
What does all this have to do with Ouroboros?
You got me. They didn't say.
Looks like the only way we're getting answers is from Irving. It's gonna get bumpy! Hang on!
Owie! My feelings. He's all bummed. Go to a trick point.
That one scratched the paint! Got some sharp curves up ahead! Hold on tight!
Hold on tight.
We're under attack! There are too many of them to handle. Reinforcements are en route. Hold your position until they arrive. Repeat, hold your position.
Let's pick up the pace! That's gonna affect the resale value. Enough! The warning shots! Take them out for God's sake! What the? There's no getting past that truck unless you two do something about it!
Nice! We're on our last legs over here. Oh my god.
I know. We can do it, though. We can do it.
He's trying to ram us into the river! Do something!
Well,
I was shooting at the truck. I don't know what you're doing.
I was shooting at the truck too, but my aim sucks.
He's trying to ram us into the river! Do something!
Listen, bucko. So long. I love Sheva.
First try. So good, we did that first try.
What could have done this?
What could have done this? Well, girl, we should already know. It was the BOW, girl. I don't want to see you, sir. I want to see Chris. Thank you.
Oh,
Not.
no, this is what I
Look
think
out!
it is.
Look out! Chris, you're supposed to like protect her.
It's a daggum El Gigante! Oh no! It's a daggum El Gigante! Well, that's Oh. Oh, so we're just playing into it right now.
I forgot about this part. Yeah. Hello?
Oh, we gotta shoot the thing.
kidding me? Hell to the no. Okay, slay. We did it. We did it.
Loaded.
We did it. Okay, but why does Chris look so cute though? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, I just realized she has freaking forearm guards. Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
I didn't even realize that until
You don't have to do this. You can still back out.
What about you?
I've got a personal stake in this.
A personal stake? Chris, look around. We should both get the hell out of here.
I'm not here just for the mission.
What are you talking about?
A while back, I received some intel that my old partner was still alive. At first, I didn't know what to think. But when I saw the data file from Delta Team, I knew for sure.
Girl.
Jill is still alive.
Mommy? I mean, what?
That
Mommy,
wasn't
sorry.
in the
Mommy,
data
sorry.
file. Are you even sure it's the same person?
We were partners. I'm sure.
Not her questioning, like, girl, that's his partner.
Wait! You're not going alone.
Yeah, you tell him, girl.
Wait. I don't have much time. I have to find her.
I'm going with you.
Yes, girl.
These are my people that are dying here.
Are you sure about this? A second ago, you were ready to cut and run.
I can't just turn my back and walk away.
There are no more orders from here on in. It's just us.
We're partners.
It's just us.
To the end. Now let's get moving.
I mean, she does got a point. Those are her people. Like, girl, Chris, those, like, it don't matter if it's just you two. Those were her people. She got a point.
Alrighty, let's fucking go.
Okay, look at those S's. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Look at those S's. Look at those S's. Okay, we did it. We did it. We did good.
We're just gonna ignore the death. It's okay.
Oh
Never
yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Never happened.
Never did.
I love how throughout all of these, I literally have double the kills you do.
That's because I'm just here. I'm just here, bestie.
You're just a girl, you know?
Yeah. I'm just existing. Whereas like you're just like, I'll protect you. I'll protect you.
Need a big, strong lion to protect you from the wild.
No, I'm like, I need saving. I'm just here. Okay, I don't have any treasure to sell, so I'm good.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Make
I'm
sure to
ready.
reload everything whenever you're able.
Yes.
You must reload weapons. Oh yeah, this is the part where I played 2 and then I, for some reason, dropped the game for whatever reason. So like, probably like halfway through.
Jill and I were pursuing a man named Albert Wesker.
Wesker.
He was a top official with Umbrella, and the leader of our STARS unit.
Wesker.
I met him again after the Raccoon City incident on Rockford Island. Since then, we've been trying to track him down. Then a few years ago, we got a tip from a reliable source. The whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswald Lee Spencer. So we paid him a visit, hoping he'd lead us to Wesker.
I'll gladly shoot him in the head if you want.
My husband. Oh my god. Sorry. on. You
Ref, do something!
Let's finish this.
No! You know what? This kind of reminds me of the scene from Harry Potter.
Jill's body was never found and she was presumed dead.
How did he have the scene where
The person I saw on that
Harry
date
told Hermione Harry
to
Potter
know she's still alive.
after she asked?
You two were close.
What is it?
We were partners.
Sacrifice himself. That's
about you?
what.
Why'd you
Okay,
join
I'm
the
sorry. I'm
BSAA?
sorry. Let me just
My
not.
parents were involved in an accident.
I shouldn't laugh.
caused by
I'm
a
sorry.
pharmaceutical company
That
when I
just
was young.
when he yelled Jill there, that just kind of reminded me of that. Oh my god.
I only found out later that the accident was to cover up the manufacturing of biological weapons for terrorists.
Gee, Umbrella and
They're
Bible
using
weapons?
Africa as a test bed for their experiments.
Propaganda.
Bioweapons
Oh
were
my God.
responsible for the deaths of my parents. And someone
Oh
has
my
to
god,
pay
I just
for
had a
that.
moment there.
So you joined the BSAA.
There's only so much one person can do. Even a superhero
I love
like
Sheva. Oh my god.
I'm no superhero. But together, we can end this.
With the power of friendship.
Then let's make a stand
With the
for our
power of
fallen
friendship.
brothers.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. We got this with the power of friendship. And cinematic cinematography.
Also, I just want to say how beautiful Sheva is.
Dude. I just can't wait to freaking snap Wesker's neck. I mean, what? You know what? I'll say it louder. East Slate.
Hey.
Hey, mind if I break your vases? Oh, well, too bad. I already did. Wait, do I have... No, I don't. Rip. Examine. Corpse of a BSA agent. Such a tragedy. His PDA has an unsent message. Schedule report. From the evidence gathered thus far, it would appear that most of Delta Team was wiped out between the time they requested backup and the time we reached the area. One of their beacons was still emitting an active signal, so we moved to an intercept due to
He's
the
no superhero,
possibility
he's
of
a
survivors.
Superman? Well, yes.
While en route, the beacon's transmission ceased. Judging by the last transmission, the beacon should be just ahead of our current position. There's a sealed door currently blocking our route, so infiltration may prove difficult. End report. How official. Oh my gosh. So officially official. Oh, this is where we frickin'...
Come on! Come on! Sheva! Come on! Come on! Hurry! Come on!
Wait, where are you? Oh.
Come on! Come on! Sheva! Hurry!
I'm coming.
Oh, wait, I'm the driver. Frick. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Oh yeah, shift into turbo, baby. Frickin' This is real speed right here.
Oh my god, oh my god.
This is real speed. Alrighty.
Oh wait, I can't do that.
Slate map. Okay, interesting. Wait. PDA map.
Hi, Bloomy.
Wait, oh, this is where we need to go. I see. Alrighty then.
Come on! Sheva! Come on! Hurry!
Listen, I'm coming.
Wait, why is it still saying we need to go there? Wait, hold on. Okay, it's still saying we need to go there. Hold on. Why is it saying that we need to go here when we don't need to go here?
Maybe
What could
we
there
gotta
possibly
go.
be here?
I don't know.
We already did the one thing. looks like something will fit in here. Yep, I know.
Look for the red X's.
It's just marking it for whenever. Oh wait, you're the one driving. Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Hold that really quick. I think you'll have a harder time driving.
Yeah, I'm passenger princess here.
No, brakes. Okay, brakes fine.
This game looks fun. It is fun. It's stressful but fun.
Alright, then. There's more documents.
Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up.
Bestie, read the ammo before you pick it up, I beg.
I need ammo.
Here.
Read before you pick up. See, that's
This is mine. Oh, wait, what?
Document. Straight. Shoot an enemy will give you an opening. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Not only do physical attacks help you conserve ammo, they also deal serious damage. Where you shot the enemy, arm, head, leg, etc. will determine what type of attack you can unleash. Ooh. You can start with a hook or twist, kick, or shove, and chain other attacks to it. You can alternate between attacks and chain up to 3 of them in a row. Okay, I didn't know that part of it. That's very interesting.
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry. Where are you? There's a chicken! Owie, my feelings.
Oh, sorry.
Wait. Hold on. Come here. So, there's something that I learned. You wanna hear the voice actor's favorite line that he did for Chris that I learned?
What?
Give me an egg.
Apparently that's his favorite line.
Ow.
Give me an egg.
Give me an egg.
That's his favorite line. At least from what I heard in an interview, that's what his favorite line is. Because apparently he just loves it because of how serious he had to say, "Give me an egg."
I want to shut that.
Or handgun ammo.
Where?
I mean, you can. No rules against it. More handgun ammo.
Gimme. Oh.
I would say a good thing for you to get would be the ammo capacity for the pistol.
Hurry! Sheva! Hurry! Hurry! Come on!
Roger.
Come on! Hey, we got the thing. Oh, so there's another thing. So we gotta do that. That's what I'm busting out. I'm busting out the grenades.
They're all infected.
How could someone do this to them?
Load it! Oh, he's an acrobat!
Yeah, punch.
Oh, wait, I probably need to follow up with that.
Oh. Oh.
I'm real good with that. Oh, so good.
have ammo for you. I have ammo. I have ammo.
And I love just throwing hands. Thank you very much. Nope. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. There was something else over here too that we can get.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hurry! Sheva!
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Come
I'm
on!
coming.
Come on! Sheva!
Roger.
Roger.
Here was loot.
Look at that. Look at that. Nice juicy loot. Don't forget to reload. There you go.
Nice.
Nice, nice, nice. I still have all that. Okay, perfect.
Now we go get the other things.
Wait.
That's all.
Hurry!
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hurry! Come on!
Sheva! Sheva! Come on!
I'm coming.
Hi, coming. I'm Benji.
Owie.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. You tell me. Oh. Well. That was. What the heck?
Oh, they're over there on the thingy.
I see. I see. Now we don't have to worry about that. Oh, great heavens. Oh. I already don't like this. Oh, I already don't like this. Lady Shotgun. You got this. I believe in you.
You believe in me?
You have like a bajillion shotgun shells. I have like 0 machine gun ammo. This is all you, bestie. You got this. I believe in you. Shotgun. Get him.
Bro, this is what happens when you believe in me, okay? This is what happens when you believe in the non-shooter, okay?
If I had more ammo, but the fact of the matter is I have no ammo. So unfortunately, I can't do jack. But hey, you can sell some weapons and stuff. Or not weapons, treasures. That's what I meant to say. And upgrade your ammo capacity. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wait. Wait, ammo capacity for the shotgun or the
pistol. So go to the organize in your inventory, and then go to the pistol that's in your inventory.
Yes. Okay. Should I upgrade it to 16?
Yeah, just do it as much as you can. Just do it as much as you can. The more bullets you have, the better. And if you can do firepower, that'd be good too. Go stronger. Do that as much as you can. Being able to hit harder would be very, very good. Because ideally, you want to have like the weapon you mainly use like fully upgraded in firepower ASAP.
Okay, I don't have enough money.
Alright, you're good. You got some upgrades. That's all that matters. Alright,
yes, yes, I'm ready.
Oh wait. Hold on. Go to your organize because I think you upgraded the wrong pistol. I think you have to drag the pistol that you just upgraded to where your other one was. So you just put the one that's with the 25 where the other one was. Yeah, and then drag that up to the top.
Okay.
Yeah, because you just upgraded the wrong one, but it's okay. You can just swap it.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichokey.
Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. Well, at least it put us here. All right, now, shotgun and be ready to actually shoot it instead of above its noggin. Because you have like a bajillion shells. I would do it if I had more ammo. in danger, I'll pop a couple of shots in it, and you have more ammo. So you should use it. Use the ammo that you have. Okay, let's book it. Book it to the ladder. Woo! I think we're just wasting ammo.
Climb, Sheva. Thank you.
Give me an herb.
No.
I can combine that.
Wait.
So I can combine it with this one and make it a red. We'll do that. Because I have an egg, so. Do that. Okie dokie. Oh, well, lovely.
Oh.
Real nice. What the raptor slate? Is there anything over here, or was it just the dude? I'm checking. It was just the dude. Was indeed just the dude. Okay. I guess we go back the way we came. Oh, it was that way. Okay, my bad.
Whoop. No, you just made me go in a circle because you just made me think that it was the wrong way.
Oh, dear heavens. You gotta be kidding me. Were you not?
I was shooting it. Trust.
Were you shooting the air?
No, I was shooting it. It was losing blood, so I was like, okay, cool, I'll shoot it.
Oh my God.
And then bam.
And we have to do that all over again. I'm about to take the shotgun for myself. I'm gonna take away the responsibility. Alright, just sprint for the ladder.
Listen, I'm trying my best. I'm just a girl. I'm literally a girl playing a girl, okay? Here, wait. Come here. Come here. Come to me. I can give you something. Wait, why can I not give it to you? Hello?
I had to combine those things. Now you can. Yep. Perfect. So, what did we learn?
Listen, I learned probably nothing, but that I'm just a girl and to aim at the nose and to make sure that they die.
Brother, what the frick? Oh, I don't shoot, I just pick it up. Okay. With my footsteps. Load.
Okay, actually, wait, before we move on, I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee for real this time, because last time, it just gave me a false alarm. Okay, oh wait.
Hurry!
Okay, let me just get on real quick. I will be right back. I will be right back. Actually, yeah, can you just drive us to the location and then I'll...
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Go do your thing.
Yeah, and I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll open my hole for this man.
Wait,
or something like that.
Scares me.
Let's...
Lola, kitten scares me.
Wait, is it still that way?
Oh, what did Kitten say?
No, it's
oh my
not
God,
what she said,
why
it's
are
what she
Campbell's
did.
legs like that? Why are Campbell's legs like that?
Oh, wait.
They look normal now.
Oh. Oh, girl. Oh my. What? You faked it? Hello? Yeah. You faked that? Help! And I'm going to basement. That's rude, and you're giving me bitches. Wild. Wild. Woo! Okay, guys, I'm back. Wait.
I'm back. I'm Benji.
No.
This looked like a suspiciously long pathway, so I was like, I don't know if anything's gonna spawn, so I'm just gonna wait. Suspicious and long. It's like another thing that could be talked about. Where in the world is the place where... Okay. I was about to say.
Not bad.
Oh, I was like, that go.
Not bad.
Okay, we are officially in uncharted territory. I have no idea what's over here. I say scope the area out.
Looking for a parking spot, be like, yeah, exactly, Ari.
handgun ammo.
Where?
Over here.
Let me come. Sorry.
Hey, yo.
You.
I got you. Oh. I knew it was too good to be true. Ow, my feeling! Restop. Wait, hang on. I have an idea. Well, after I do that. I have an idea. Explosive. Don't go catch it for me.
Oh. I was supposed to dodge, but...
No. Rick off. Oh. A wombo combo, boy. Don't try me. Woo! You're welcome. Oh. I just saved your life. I'm better.
For Benji, I have some ammo for you. Actually, come here. Come to me. Come to me.
Hold on, I gotta reload. There, more Mississippi. There we go.
Okay, hold on. Give.
Hang on a minute. Let me just reload that real quick. Don't mind me. We'll be on our merry way.
This new DVD killer is crazy. How can you control all these people? Well, yes. Use the power of friendship. Exactly. And the power of friendship.
More handgun ammo.
Where?
Where I am.
Coming. Oh, wait. Power of friendship.
Hey, y'all. Anything in here? Did we check in here? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. Cool beans. We just gotta go back the way we came, which was this way. Check my number real quick. Okay, we're Gucci.
Hurry! Come on! Hurry!
Yes, I'm coming.
And we are officially in the place where I don't know what happens. So your guess is as good as mine.
And I'm so sorry.
Oh! Well, you're gonna have to shoot him. Unless you want to swap spots.
Here.
Come on!
Here.
I got you.
No. How do I...
Just, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna do it either way. Okay, right.
Ready.
That's good. Alright, hold still for a second. I go forward a little more. Alright, right there. Perfect. Stay still.
Look at me go, guys. I'm a professional. Okay, let's switch spots.
Now we'll just swap back.
You guys, I'm a professional. I did that. See, I'm a safe driver.
I'ma ram him. I'm ramming him. You want to make yourself speed bumps? I'll make you speed bumps.
Me with my poor aim. Me with my poor aim, guys.
Heal really quick. Or you just run away from me. That works too.
Oh, what?
Oh, it only works for me? What the frick? Hold on, let me get that to you so you can eat it. Eat an egg. And now we can get moving. Huzzah! The door has been opened.
Oh.
Hey, come on, come on! Trevor, come on, come on!
Come on!
Trevor,
Trevor.
come on!
Come on! Come on!
Okay. Come on! Come on! Come on!
Okay.
Come on! Come on!
Oh, it's so dumb, but I love it.
Oh wait, I don't know.
Birds work for the bourgeoisie. Ah! Oh, frick!
Me just aimlessly, like, running ahead of you and giving two shits less in the world at the moment.
I'm gonna let you shoot things, because you have a lot of ammo.
I don't know what these holes mean. These are opened holes.
Well, maybe spikes go through them and you shouldn't touch them. And why did we decide after I said that to go through it?
I just saw something shiny.
You know what? You got yourself in that. You can get yourself. You got yourself into that mess. You can get yourself out of it.
Wait. Wait, I just got magnum ammo.
You know what? I'll take that. Because I'll probably replace my rifle with a magnum.
I just took...
I beg your pardon. Who, what, when, where, why, how?
Well, there's rifle and machine gun ammo near me.
Hang on, they're dudes. I'm coming. Oh, for the love of everything good Lord. Oh my god. Reload that. Music is still going on, so there's still crap going on.
Come on!
Come on! Come on!
On me, on me.
Oh, dear heavens! All the freaking rifle ammo. Great hands, baby. Oh, you gotta be effing kidding me. Oh yeah, three-piece combo with a side of fries.
Okay, we did it. We did it. We did it.
Why can't I request a freaking? Oh. Okay, well I have the ammo. I'll just buy it or something later.
Okay, this time I won't separate myself. Hey, but there's something shiny.
Well, that was lucky.
Is it handgun ammo?
I'm taking all the magnum.
Hey, I have Magnum. I have the Magnum. Here, how about this? I give you this. And you give me... And I'll give you this.
Oh, I can't. Wait, hold on. Can I not give you guns?
I need ammo.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
No, you cannot give me guns. You cannot give me guns. Unfortunately. Because I can't even give you this. The gun. So...
Oh, you have to like unequip it, I think.
Well, I don't even have it equipped. That's the thing.
We could probably do it after the next thing. Grief, I really wish I could have picked that up. We'll just save it for now. We need to... I'll keep the rest.
Wait, you gave me the wrong thing.
No, because we're gonna save the Magnum.
Well, I was gonna reload the gun. That's the thing.
Oh, alright. Well, because I'm probably gonna have to buy it from the shop, so it's probably not worth it, because you're just gonna... Or, wait, or can you... Wait. We'll see if we can swap guns, then we'll do the reload thing. But just in case we can't, we'll wait.
I don't think you can.
I think it's this way? Ah, yeah, it was.
Just here.
Nice.
Come on!
Okay. Oh, okay. So you have to walk across and then open the door.
Wait,
beside me.
Hello?
No, go back to where the drawbridge was.
Well, I was trying to. It's not letting me. Oh, never mind. I'm so dumb.
Go back. No, back. Here.
Wait.
Bestie.
Wait, I'm dumb. Am I blind?
There you go. Yep, go across there and then hang a right and open the door for me. You gotta come up and open the thing.
I'm scared.
You gotta come to me. Come to the door. Open it. Don't loot. Just get over here.
Where you are.
Right over here. Do not forget the button to look at where I am.
I don't look at the map.
You need to look at the map. That's your problem.
And I'm just a girl.
Wait, there's a thing to read. Hold on. I want to read things. Where is read thing? Document. All right. Village Youth's Diary. Okay. April 5th. A man who said he was the foreman of the oil plant came to visit us today. He said he wants to inoculate everyone living near the oil field against some kind of disease. In my parents' generation, they tricked our people and stole the land to turn it into their oil field. I must feel guilty about that because they're always trying to help our village now. When we couldn't get across the swamp, they built a gondola on a rope for us. Sometimes they'll even give us alcohol from foreign countries. This medicine is probably something like that. Everyone in our village is glad to receive this medicine, but I don't want it. I don't have a reason for not getting it. I just didn't like the way the foreman looks, that's all.
Oh.
Dang, stranger danger, okay.
Ah.
April 8th, everyone went to the oil field to get this inoculation. The village is usually never this quiet. The only thing to do today is sleep. April 9th, I slept too much during the day, so I couldn't sleep at night, and it was noisy outside. Everyone was talking with serious voices in the middle of the village. All the children in the village had come down with a fever. The mothers all drew water to cool their bodies, but it didn't help. By the next morning, they were all dead. In the morning, our leader went to the oil field. He wanted to know if the medicine they were given killed the children. When he came back to the village, he said the children died because they had the disease. He told everyone that they needed to go back for more shots. I didn't want to, but everyone in the village was worried about catching the disease. They forced me to go with them and get the shots. April 10th, people are fighting in the village. All the men are very angry. It might be because all the children died, but I think it's something else. The women just sit around and don't move. I wonder if the disease is spreading. April 11th, I couldn't sit still today. It felt like something was moving around inside me. Outside, I saw a man who looked strange. He was naked and had a weapon. His entire body was covered in war paint. It wasn't even a festival day. I tried to talk to him, but when he turned around, I saw his face. He didn't even look human. What is happening to the people of my village?
Oh.
April 12th. The screaming has not stopped since yesterday. The men are all dressing like our ancestors and fighting each other. Most of the women have died. April 13th. Head hurts, fever, feel angry. Saw big man outside window, very tall. Must be vision. April 14th. Feel good. Screams stop. Looks fun. Want to kill. I think I know what happened to this young chap. I think he got infected and turned.
Oh, yes. The only logical
Which is
answer.
very sad, honestly.
Oh,
Wait, what is... Oh, all that. Okay. Cool beans. Wait, what do you... Got that. Okay. Cool beans. What the frick? Wait, why'd you... You left again.
I don't know what I did, but it disconnected me again. Re-invite, please. Re-invite, please. I didn't do anything. I was just adjusting my thing, and then
maybe you should just use keyboard and mouse.
It wasn't me. I didn't have my hands on the controller. It just disconnected me, and I was like, "Oh,
It
okay,
might be a
cool."
controller thing, honestly.
N-
I don't know.
Well,
I sent you an invite.
Well, I just
I think
accepted, but they Ari and I forget who it was, but they had said that the online
Oh, it
co-op
says
is
you will
like
join
finicky.
at the next checkpoint.
Oh.
Alright. I'll just I'm pretty sure the next checkpoint is literally like right over here, so
No, I'm gonna miss it. Oh.
I think the checkpoint is like really close by, to be fair, so
I'm just a girl, guys.
I'm pretty sure okay, we'll join at the next okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure this should be 100% be a oh yeah, that was the end. That was the end of that chapter.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, it's
okay.
fine. Yeah, that was the end of that anyway. That was good. You can do the Chris Redfield fire. You can play Lost in Nightmares. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so
Alright,
okay.
there we go. Okay, you can just sell that Magnum and it should be good. I'm just gonna buy the Magnum.
Oh, my freaking controller's gonna die. Oh my god!
Maybe that's why. Keyboard time! Okay, organize. Now let me bust that puppy out, and we'll be Gucci.
Okay. Wait, can I not just put it in my inventory and then like give it?
I mean,
to
you
that
can.
way?
Yeah, you can do that too. Well, I bought one from the store.
Oh,
so
well, I was gonna say, why don't you just save your thingy and then?
I don't think you can give it to me. I think our inventories are separate, unfortunately. But that's okay. I got one for the shop. All right, let me. Let me get the full upgrades on this thing. Oh, I already got that. Okay, cool.
Oh, well, I guess I can just give you the ammo then.
Yeah, you just hand it off. It'll be fine. I'm just looking at all this really quick. I think the first thing I'll do is fully upgrade the machine gun. Oh, I don't have enough for that. Oh, frick. I will up the capacity, however.
I didn't mean to sell that. Okay, whatever.
Bestie, why are we pressing random buttons?
I meant to upgrade my thing, and
So next time we
my...
got. So this is why we take our time with the things and make sure we press the right buttons. So now my machine gun can hold 100 bullets, which is very nice. And I think that's all I can do right now.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, make sure to put your guns in the right place.
No.
And you can combine your handgun ammo so that it saves a slot. And also move your handgun first slot. There you go. Alright.
Wait, why did I... Okay, wait. Why did I... Okay, I'm gonna sell my extra shotgun because I don't need that. Okay, there.
Nice. Oh, I have max magnum ammo. Okay, you can hold on to that ammo. Because apparently I have a full stack of it. So you can just hold on to it temporarily. Go small. There's some shells for you. Oh.
I didn't turn it on.
Oh. Oh. Well. That's a thing that happened. Alright, snipping time.
Me and my horrific aim. No.
Oh, I got an achievement from that because I shot him while he was jumping.
There's rifle ammo here.
Alright, I'm coming.
There's more rifle ammo here.
Okay, who the heck and where the heck?
Hand grenades that I don't.
Oh! I can make them fall on the thing and be eaten by the croc. Quite a thing. Oh. Woo! Aw, frick you. Wait! They're on the platform with us!
Oh. I'm so sorry.
To get on it. Oh! Wait, what?
Hang on.
I think I can use that crank to move the raft.
Oh.
Oh, you need to get on the raft.
Okay, but where's the raft?
That's a good question. That's an excellent question.
We can't go that way.
Oh, this one over here. Where am I aiming at? That one.
Oh.
Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do it. I'll do it, and you stay by the crane.
Oh, well, I was gonna do it anyway.
Go back.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind.
I'll figure it out. That's fine.
Fine. Well, because...
You can experience cranking that soldier boy. It'll be great.
I like cranking things.
Ayo. I thought surely, but... Right, now you can crank it. It's a checkpoint. Oh yeah.
You better start shooting.
Oh!
This is why I said I don't mind going on the raft.
If you could rotate that a little faster, that'd be great.
I can't.
I know I'm being I don't like it. I went off the ride.
Well, this is why I said I was going to be the guinea pig, and he said no. No.
I'm sorry, I was considerate. I'll stop being considerate. Ah! There you go, I got freaking Crocodile Dundee coming after my ankles, man. What the frick?
God. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, there.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. I can unlock this and bada bing, bada boom. Oh, come on, Chris. They did not require that much effort to get that little plank off of there. You're straight capping. Your biceps are bigger than a lot of people's legs, bro. You can lift that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Boing.
And then I think after this one would be a good point to end.
Christ.
I sat.
Fund the BSAA. What the hell are they doing here?
Oh. No final. Okay.
Ooh, I can read!
Come on, Plagas.
Type 3 Plagas field test. 1 week has passed since the initial field test of Type 3 Plagas. Type 3 was designed to display dramatically enhanced physical abilities over previous versions. The original Lost Plagas had a special Plaga known as the Control Plaga that would provide a host with enhanced physical abilities. These control types were limited in number and they would always cause severe physical changes in the host, and thus it was not always expedient to use them. From a business standpoint, this was undesirable. The idea was to create super soldiers without any side effects, something consumers wanted. Other teams are currently working on developing a similar product to Lost Plagas for commercial use, but given the affinity Lost Plagas has for human hosts, it seems advantageous to continue to develop it. Other methods may produce superior super soldiers, but if they do not render the host completely controllable, their effectiveness would be limited. Taking a subordinate Plaga, the base Lost Plagas. and implanting a gene from the control plaga created a new type of plaga, the Type 3. It is believed that if Type 3 can be perfected, it will become the new standard on the bioweapons market. But that day is still in the offing. During a recent field test, a number of issues came to the fore. The chief problem is its ineffectual adherence rate. In adult and adolescent males, the adherence rate is approximately 92%, the same for normal lost plagas. For women and young children, Type 3 has 0% adherence rate. With these disappointing results, it is obvious that in its current state, Type 3 would not render an adequate... Okay, that says a adequate product, but the correct thing would be an adequate product, so I'm gonna correct it. Anyway, in addition, superficial mutations were invariably fatal. This is thought to be due to the dynamic influence of the control plaga gene. The test, however, was not without some favorable results. Our goal to realize dramatic physical enhancements were somehow realized. The jumping power of hosts has shown remarkable improvement. Another point is one we hadn't predicted. Size increase in the host, with some reaching a height of almost 3 meters. This could also be due to the gene from the control plaga, but it is within acceptable parameters. With this field test, we did not achieve all our initial desired results, but the test was not a complete failure. It may be possible to use the information garnered from the current tests and use them to make improvements in any future tests. Whew! Okay. We got the lore. Nice juicy lore.
Okay, I got everything for this area, so we're good.
Awesome. Cool beans. Even from this little shack?
Yes.
The radio shack, if you will.
Looks like we've arrived at the oil field.
Yeah. And Irving's
Oil
not getting
field.
away this time.
Daggum oil field.
Wait, there's something shiny.
My shiny demon.
Look at me go. See?
Look at you spotting things. Heck yeah.
Come on, Sheva! Come on! Come on!
Yeah.
Come on! Come on! Hey, it's that guy.
It's the guy that we will hate.
Where are you? You son of a gun, you stole my prompt. How dare you? Did you just blow something up on me?
No. That wasn't my fault. That was not my fault.
Something blew up on me.
That was not.
Did you shoot something?
No.
Did you shoot a red barrel?
No, I didn't. I was shooting at the guy. I was shooting at the guy, and I didn't do anything.
Well, this is actually an excellent time for me to reorganize things, so this is all right timing. You know what? I am going to bust out the grenades, because why the frick not? And I'm going to chuck them. All right.
Oh my gosh, thank you for the pop. Thank you, bestie.
I have the nades, I might as well use them.
I'm trying to pay attention to TikTok too. Oh, sorry, I'm ready. Thank you for the rose, bestie girl afraid. Thank you. Hi, bestie.
Can I not skip this?
Oh.
Because it's not an actual cutscene? Alright, I'm immediately chucking a nade that way. I'll be ready to chuck him.
How are you, my famous bestie?
Huh? Oh, it's because he has dynamite, that's why! I have shells for your enjoyment. do it. You
I'm good, just relaxing. How are you? I'm doing good. I've been testing out TikTok for streaming purposes. Oh, I did not mean to jump down. I meant to impale him.
Very little fart. Oh,
there it
Oh. Oh, I'm so glad I shot that. You would've got blown up. You're alright down there? Watch open this. Oh, you can come over here now. It's so weird because I opened the door for you.
Oh, there's a chainsaw guy.
This is what the Magnum is for, baby.
What? Oh. Where did that guy come? Shoot. Oh. What?
Please. I needed you to come over there so quickly. Where were you?
I was also trying to fight some people. Listen, I was trying to fight my own battles. And then I also had to reload and then get ammo. So
I was like dumping Magnum rounds into that thing.
Well, I was
Why
also
can't
trying.
I skip this?
Well, it let me skip.
Oh, for the love of everything good and holy, can you stop with that crap? Oh. And your chicken strips. Together.
Gosh. The shit
This
from
is
above.
where... Good old haymaker. Haymaker from hell. Methodically. Ain't good angle.
Wait, where?
You need to... Okay, so remember this door right here that I'm at.
Hold on.
You need to press the button. You need to press the button where you can see right. Okay. Go into your settings and see what button it is that you press.
Well, I have the map. Okay, hold on. I have the map in the corner.
No, but like there's a button if you hold it down that you literally see directly. Like it'll force your camera where I am.
Well.
Because my keyboard is Q.
Wait. Okay, I see you. Okay, so turn it down.
No, well, no. I mean, you could? Okay, I need you, like, where this ladder is, you know? I mean, you can turn it if you want.
Yeah, I see you.
Did you turn it?
Oh, no. Because you just said I could, but I didn't do it.
When I open this door, the chainsaw is going to come out, so we gotta be careful about that.
Thank you guys for liking the live. Thank you. Hey there.
That's... Okay. So, you come down here where I am.
How do I get down to you?
The ladder literally you pass by. Right. You stay here. I'm gonna go do the zipline thingy and I'll be right there in a moment. Just stay right there for a minute while I go figure this out.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Wait. Okay, so I need to get this zipline over here. There's gonna be a chainsaw guy that spawns there, so...
Well, I'm kind of scared. Did I get my shotgun for this or no?
Yeah. Get your shotgun and back up a little bit. Because as soon as I...
Wait,
Way, towards the stairs, Yeah, that way. Because he's gonna drop down and he's gonna come to where I am. Okay, you don't have to go that far.
Well, I'm scared.
Oh, you're fine. Okay. He's gonna jump down from that top area. Get ready to pump him full of lead. I need to dodge this. Oh my god.
That was my fault.
Lola, bestie.
Listen,
How many times do I have to say, don't stay still when danger is walking you down?
Sometimes I should.
You gotta move. You were not a turret. You are a person. You gotta act like a person.
Just a girl. I'm just a girl. Press.
That is not an excuse anymore!
Hello? I'm trying to jump. Okay.
That works. Ow, my feelings! Not today, sir.
Okay. So,
Oh, be careful, come on!
I'm sitting pill, you motherfuckers. Oh, here. Oh.
Yep. Do this nice and procedurally.
What is that? Is that? Oh.
Okay. We can go together on this. 'Cause I think that's probably the last one we need to do. So if you come back up the ladder.
Wait.
Go back up the. Yeah. Make that zip line. I'm gonna follow you in a moment. Or actually, I don't. Can I follow you? Oh, there's 2 of them? Oh, this is not good. Now see? Gotta get you close. Ladders and everything. Back away from that. I will shoot him as he climbs up. Good lord, this dude's so beefy! Yeah, just ring around the rosy in a moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you do the same thing with the zip line on the other side of the thing. You grab the thing that he has. Okay, so go that way, and then go to where the other zip line is, and yeah. Oh, actually, here, come to me and give that to me really quick, so I can shoot the other chainsaw guy that appears.
Oh.
Yep. All right, and now you just need to go to the other zip line. This isn't where you go to the zip line. The other one. So go down this ladder. Don't take that. Don't.
Oh.
Okay. Or take it.
Well, I also wanted those barrels. So it's loot. Okay.
All right. So here's the plan.
Do I turn this or no?
You already did. Remember?
I don't.
Pretty sure you did.
I didn't touch it yet.
That's how.
No, I didn't touch this one yet.
Wait, but that's how the dude spawned.
No, he only spawned because I had came over here.
Oh, okay. So now you go to the other zip line. So do you see the the area above that, like over that direction? Like the striped beam with the other zip line?
Oh, like right here?
Yeah, it's in that direction. Go over there. And you're gonna do the same thing with the lever.
Okay.
If you get to if you get to this ladder, the one that So no. Because that's the place you want to go. That's where the zip line is. You gotta go to the other side of this square. Yeah, up the ladder, go to the left. That's the right. Left, yeah. And then go up the stairs and take the zip line. Because it'll be the same lever with the zip line system. And just remember to just loop him around the middle area, and I'll just shoot at him as he goes along his merry way, I suppose.
I'm scared.
You're fine. I am your gun support.
I'm scared.
So you take that and then turn the valve to the right once you get
So I don't.
You're fine. He won't spawn until you do the door, I think. But I think doing the door is what triggers him. Yeah, it is. If you want to do that really quick. Oh, that would be lovely to have, but unfortunately, he's about to spawn. So just be ready to juke him. If I stun him, run past him. I'll tell you what to say to run past him. Okay, go, go, go. Run past him. Run past him.
Oh.
Okay, out of that ammo. Now I'm gonna do back. Just go back to the ladder. Bring him around the square a bunch of times. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Just keep running around the square. You're good. Keep an eye on him. Okay, run around the other way. Okay, see? We're fine. It's okay.
Is he dead? Is he dead?
Yep, he's dead.
Okay.
See, I do all the shooting. You
Okay,
loop
here,
them
here,
around,
here.
Dead by Daylight style.
Here, here. Can you come here?
Yeah, see, you loop them around like Dead by Daylight, and I shoot him in the face.
Okay, where do we go? Where do we go?
Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, great. There's more! Oh, thank heavens I caught that. I was about to say, if there was more than that, I would have been so upset.
Oh, I didn't mean to... Okay. I didn't mean to waste my bullets, but okay. Oh. Oh my god.
Okay! Let's go! Power champ. Cutscene! The scene of cuts.
God. I love Sheva. Sheva is so pretty.
Right? Like that go. Friggin' underrated goat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Josh?
Daisy, why don't you stop flopping, first of all?
You're alive. Are you okay?
It's okay, Daisy. I'm here to pick her up if she flops.
How did you get here?
We were at the port
Daisy.
when we were attacked. And then...
I know you're not talking.
I
You're the
ended up
one
here.
who always says, well,
Where's the rest of the team?
let me cling to you. I don't know what a spirit box is.
Shit!
It's just the three of us now.
Why did you not retreat? I mean,
Hey,
we are
look,
no
listen,
match for
Daisy,
them.
I'll give you a high five.
got
I'm just not
unfinished
involving myself in this because I am
The
not
hard
about to
drive
get in the middle
containing
of a
data on the
catfight.
BOW experiment had a picture inside. The
Up to you
picture
to
was of
watch.
Chris's friend.
A friend?
I'm not leaving until I
Daisy,
catch Irving and find out what the hell's going on
You
here.
haven't even played this game, so I don't need you to talk.
Oh, great.
Let's save the chit-chat for later.
More enemies! I hate it.
I don't think it is gonna be a cutscene.
Maybe we just have to braincell. I just want that.
Shipper, cover me!
Hurry!
Okay, I swear they keep on swapping between Shiva and Shiva. I swear I'm not hearing me.
While I disable the innovation.
I just say Sheva because that's the first thing that I actually hear.
Stop scuffling me, you weirdo! Let me punch you in the face! Come here, you! Fart.
Wait, come here, Benji.
Nice job. But don't let you die. There's bound to be more of them around.
Waiting, right? Yep, we're waiting. Knife in the window. Just waiting. got one point of entry covered.
Almost got it.
I'm just gonna save some ammo, buddy.
There! Got it! You two, on the elevator!
Oh, there were two
Move!
big dudes. We gotta get out! We gotta get out! Go up! Get in the thing!
Oh my god.
We gotta leave.
Move! Move!
Okay, yep, this is where we run. I'm ignoring everyone and I'm running. I'm only staggering them and then just running. We're just saying screw you to all of them.
There should be an exit up ahead. Go!
Run! Run! Running.
Damn it! Is everything locked down? This is going to be a pain in the ass, but I will see what I can do.
Oh, you got it.
Not this shit again. You two, engage those hostiles.
Come on!
What are we supposed to do about that?
Come on!
Wait, are we able to open that?
No.
No. Okay. This is gonna be so
Shit. I'm coming.
No. Okay.
Okay, got it.
We can turn around and get out. Jump, get out.
Damn it.
Okay. Oh, okay. It didn't take both of us. It just took one of us. Okay. It just took one of us.
Are you okay?
Oh my god.
I think so.
I was about to die.
I'm so glad that only needed
It looks
one
like
of us.
Irvin is trying to blow up the
I know.
place and make his escape.
Ooh,
You must
thank
stop him before
God.
it is too late. I'll try to find us a way out of here.
All right.
Okay.
We'll go after Irving.
Good. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Now there's a dock up
With
ahead.
the way that I was dressing.
That is probably where he's going to make his break.
Oh my god.
Copy that. And Josh,
And Josh.
be careful.
Let's hurry.
Let's hurry.
Okay.
Chris, you're telling me to hurry?
Let's hear it. I wasted a magnum bullet on that. Oh, frick me. Punching the air right now. Oh, we can check. Oh, we can check this now. Oh, well. Can't check that.
Hurry! Hurry!
I'm coming.
Hurry! 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 Aha! I like how we both like turned to that like a couple of NPCs.
Now I'm like, Anyway, we go there or here?
We can. It looks like that way, but we can check this way really quick. See what's over here. It looks like they are things lurking inside. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
Where are you? I'm so sorry. Oh. Locked from the inside.
There.
Wait, there's boats here.
Okay, that must have been just some extra stuff, so... Really quick, there we go. Make sure everything is properly reloaded.
Yes, everything's reloaded. Okay, I think we could just.
we go
I
back
think there's
this
like
way.
nothing here, so. I'm so sorry.
Where are you? Wait, hold on. There might be goodies down here, you never know. Wait. This feels like an ankle breaking section. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. That's probably what it is. But that's fine.
Oh.
Oh. Well.
Well.
There he is!
There he is!
Shoot him in the face! It's mystery! I think that's a woman. Those are boobs, right?
I think
those look like boobs.
Splendid timing! You two are just in time for
Mystery
the
woman.
fireworks show! Boom!
I'm pretty sure those are boobs.
Wait!
Wait.
I hate that guy.
I knew this was a fighting area. Dude, I can smell these.
Shiva, do you read me? I secured a boat. I'm on the other side of the dock. And you're on the double.
All the way. Okay. Thoughts on just sprinting past it? I say we just sprint past it.
I got your back.
I'm doing it. I'm just running. Frick all this noise. I'm just serpentining.
These guys aren't making this easy.
Run, Misty, run!
Hurry up, you two. We're running out of time.
Keep running. Keep running.
No!
Why am I dying?
Shit.
Bestie.
I got you.
Get over here!
Run! You gotta run! Why is it freaking?
Okay. I think I just have to get closer.
Are you alright?
Oh my god.
I don't know what was blowing me up.
My controller is vibrating. Let's freaking go.
Now this is Couch Co-op Gaming.
We did it.
There
Okay.
we go. Heckin'
Okay. I think that would be a good place to end until next Friday.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So I think.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I should do okay, so it saves first. Just in case.
Okay, it did save, so
Okay.
we can finish next week. Thank you, Benji, for playing.
I will catch you later, pal. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. That was intense. That was some intense fighting. Okay. That was insane, actually. That was insane. Okay. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Also TikTok, I am going to be ending over there. So if you guys want to come over to Twitch, feel free to come over to Twitch. I do appreciate you guys tuning in over there, and thank you guys for 1.1k likes. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate you. And I'm going to end like right now. Okay. So bye TikTok. Bye. I'll see you guys later. Okay. So that was it for TikTok. That was it for TikTok. That was a crazy ride. That was a crazy ride. Let's see. Let me just play some music. Let me play some music. Okay. But I do appreciate Benji for playing with me. Tomorrow, we'll be live a bit earlier tomorrow. I'm hoping to wake up early tomorrow. Because we're gonna be duoing with our Rory tomorrow. We're gonna be duoing with our Rory tomorrow. If you guys don't already follow Rory, Rory is an amazing content creator, and I think that you guys would love his vibes. Rory does a lot of baking. And then also let me unpin this from both YouTube and Twitch. Okay, we're gonna go raid someone who we're gonna go raid somebody. We're gonna go raid our bestie Portions. Portions is playing the other side with another friend, Laddie. So if you guys want to come with me for the raid, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, and also, let's see. Also, here's the Discord. So if you guys want to join the Discord, feel free. And here's my socials as well. So if you guys want to follow me on my socials, feel free. And then here are the raid messages, guys. Here are the raid messages. If you guys are not subscribed, copy and paste the first one. If you guys are subbed, copy and paste any of the sub raid messages with my emotes on them. And we're gonna go raid Portions. He's playing the other side. It's basically Phasmophobia, but not Phasmo. Okay. So, raid Portions for boxes. And I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early. Sorry I was like so locked into a lot of things today. I do appreciate you guys for just being here and hanging out and lurking and just being here today. And also shout out to Benji, first of all. Shout out Benji for playing with me. I do appreciate you. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Bye! Oh, honey. I wasn't forgetting any other survivors. Are you scared of getting...